We'll go live. And then, yeah, I got copyright. That's weird, man. That was weird.
That was weird. Right during my reading of that.
Yeah, I
How much of
know.
it did you hear before you came on, bro?
Just the last third.
Oh, okay,
I
so I was
missed
done with it anyway. It doesn't matter because the stream's gone.
All right.
But yeah, there were some interesting points there that were brought up. I like hearing Hitch and Issa and Ad and Snack. Those are like some of the guys that seem to have some pretty good handle on what's going on as far as the law and all that U.S. Treasury stuff or U.S. Whatever the legal shit, especially Issa, of course, and then Hitch has a pretty good grasp on what it is that is really being said and what he agrees with personally, morally, or whatever. It's interesting.
Were they out here earlier?
Yeah,
Right.
it was Issa and Ed and Hitch and Snack when I got cut off or when I came into the live. But yeah, it was interesting because they're talking about all this forced vaccination stuff too, and Kenny was just playing a video that had to do with that. Maybe that's what got you flagged. I don't know.
Maybe I doubt it. I totally doubt that. But
can someone just flag you for no reason and then your channel gets shut down? Like they don't actually have a reason if they want to stop your stream.
Oh, there's a copyright. Yeah,
and then they have to check into it. So basically, you can always make a false claim and get someone's stream shut down anytime.
Yeah, I believe.
Can you find out who it was that did that?
Do you guys remember that? Or was that the YouTube Heroes? YouTube Heroes. You guys remember that, man? Right? They were promoting that. They're like, you can call in and bust people that are spreading misinformation or whatever. It was called YouTube Heroes. Yeah, you guys don't remember that?
No, I've never heard of it. No, but they were like,
that was
trying to get people to shut other people's streams down.
I mean, and that they got it through, but it's not called YouTube Heroes anymore. I don't know. It's just like you can turn anybody in for anything. If I click on Walter's name here in the chat, I can report him, right?
Right, but you can't even do that now because it doesn't give you the. Oh, you can report him.
I can report him.
Right.
Remove report. I can report Walter.
It's funny how shameless they are about disfavoring the trolls with this whole move of not letting people go to the channel that the person in the chat's from.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
If they've been forced to respond or asked to respond, to why?
That's why I had to, like, Merle, man, come on, panel, I'll make sure it's you, because I gave out wrenches, and then people would change, and then all of a sudden, this Merle guy is fucking, timing out everybody and deleting everybody. I'm like,
really?
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Yeah, it was with FaZe and Larry
and you could just mimic somebody that's always in the chat. You get a wrench.
The wrong me.
It was the wrong FaZe.
There's Merle. Cool. It just looked just like you. It had the same icon, everything, avatar.
There's no way for you to check anymore.
I can't check anymore. Make sure that's you. I can't just click on it.
Yeah. I get it.
It's horrible,
and they did this on purpose. They did this so that they could so the trolls could mock people's names. And it's actually it runs into that possibility of incriminating somebody, because you could take their name and go fucking cause a bunch of shit all over the fucking internet. No one could check that it's actually you or them, and they'll never believe what you say.
That actually happened to me. As Des Sheeps and Neeps was dying, someone was going in his chat box as me and saying all sorts of awful stuff.
Right.
And people in the community thought it was me, and and it was someone in Gem Panda's room trolling me, and that's actually one of the reasons why I started to go ballistic on. That was one of the things.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I really changed tune then, and then it was like the teeth were out, and then this guy committed suicide in there as well.
Oh yeah, that whole thing. I happened to randomly listen to a PMARS rant about that last night because I was going through Shills versus Shills channel for some reason. A video popped up new from that channel, and I was looking through his stuff, and it was a PMARS thing talking about how he can relate to that guy who committed suicide. His name was Paper Explanator or something.
Yep, yeah, that's him.
Anyway, so yeah, it just makes it all like completely advantage for the fucking trolls. And
you don't. It's like you don't always pick the viewer or the audience doesn't always have the full sequence of events.
Right.
So they see like you in the clutch moment or someone in the clutch moment completely losing their shit, having no idea what's led up to that.
Right. We don't know what's led up to that. Right.
He could have a whole ton of other things in his personal life he's dealing with that had nothing to do with Flat Earth that is the reason he committed suicide. You don't know for sure it was, the fucking chat that did it, or the server, the Discord server.
It was partly the room, but there were other things too. But
did he leave a suicide note saying "fuck you, Jim Panda"?
It's just sort of like I saw it. You were playing it actually, Kenny. It was Level Earth Observer.
Yeah.
English, right? And he was doing a thing about Elon and the latest SpaceX stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he honed in on Elon, saying that Elon had no conviction or emotion,
right,
to him, and he was sort of saying, the lie. And it was sort of addressing Elon. And I think some of these people, if you've got a conscience and it's all functioning properly, like remorse and just self-awareness, things like that, when you're lying, to come back to what you guys were talking about before. And if I could just raise one last thing about girls, a girl reached out to me on the internet, and Manny might be able to relate to this if he's still here. And she tried to seduce me.
Yeah.
And at one stage it was working, and she said to me, "Oh, do you want to see some screenshots of me and my girlfriend and all the guys we're trolling?" And I was like, and they had screenshots of a bunch of guys they'd told that they loved them and that they were totally into them. And they were just totally like mind fucking the guys.
Right.
It was a game. It was a total game. And it's just a lot of, there's men who are just out for what they can get.
Yeah.
But I think there's also another side of, and I can see it in Manny, like he's made a couple of videos, the genuine guy who falls for the girl and he's hook, line and sinker.
Yeah.
And then the girl's just like, later. And there's no explanation. There's no kindness. There's no like easing of the blow. And the dude's just left there with his heart. Yeah. So it's just interesting that lying, people not treating each other very well. So I just think it's important. The more aware you are, I'm grateful in a way, because some of the things I've seen in this flat Earth experience, I've seen the best and worst of people. And it's wisened me up like a lot. And I can see that I was it was a real return in a way back to high school almost. Because I saw a lot of cruelty and politics in high school and double talking. So certain people were being nice to each other's face, and then behind their backs, they'd be really sticking the knife in. Right. And as I came away from that, I went back into that the world isn't all bad. And I still agree with that. And to come full circle with it, to watch what's happening in America right now. See, I didn't catch any of the Easter or hit. I would have loved to have heard those guys throw down. But to give perspective, here in Australia today, there's not a cloud in the sky where I am, sun out, and everything's easing out and opening back up. And if you really look at it, there's been no riots in Australia. Total compliance in a way, like total public playing ball with the government. And there's a very, very different vibe here right now to what I'm seeing going on in America. So even that's interesting. It's all very much location related at the moment. What's actually happening? Because what's happening in America isn't happening here.
Right. It's weird that okay. So the Facebook, I didn't see any notices for these rallies, but you went to one earlier, Kenny, right? And it was like through Facebook, or it was like a publicly warranted rally for George Floyd, right? It was organized and promoted, right?
He might have checked out.
Might have left. Well, what's interesting about it is that if it is, which it is, it's obvious that they're organizing these protests, within 2 days after Floyd's murder, or supposed murder. And they're putting people in harm's way by telling them to go out to a crowded place we're all supposed to still believe that this is like an infection that you have to be scared in your home for. Think about the direct contradiction there. Or even the fucking lawsuits or liability that anybody that's encouraging others to gather at this point could go under. If one is true, if it's okay to have public assembly right now during this crisis, then that proves that there's actually not a crisis in a way.
I mean, definitely. I mean, it's obvious here that it's over.
Yeah. No one believes it anymore.
Well, two people said to my mum and me, nothing ever happened. We never did anything different.
Right. Except maybe some people lost their jobs.
Yeah, well, but they still went to the river every day and cracked open a beer,
sure.
And
they were lucky enough not to be affected by it. Yeah.
I think here, like it's not like businesses didn't close and people didn't lose their jobs, but
they didn't have to close for a little while.
It's just it's hard to explain. Like, yeah, things closed down. They did, but they also.
Can you go into a crowded restaurant right now and sit down next to somebody?
No, it's not like it hasn't opened to that level again, but things are still.
So just in that, there's people affected by it because the servers can't make the money or the restaurants can't make the money that they have to make to get by. So that's pretty much where you follow the money. People that got hit are the small businesses through the whole thing.
It's more of a economic operation rather than a medical in an infection. Completely. And it's on a different level.
Exactly.
So I think, and then when you start to become more aware of that, it makes sense that that's what it really is.
It also gives a chance for. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I guess that's why some people are saying corporate takeover.
Yep. And also, it gives a chance for migrants, right? For people that are immigrating into another country that still have money, can go in and buy out some of these small businesses and start their own. So it gives a lot more flow for people to come in and buy the abandoned property or business, on the cheap. Mm-hmm. Because those people have lost it, right? So it kind of gives a little bit of a wedge for that to happen, maybe intentionally as well, right? So those businesses can still continue, just not under the same owner.
Well, that's happened too. Like, I got some really good deals, like with a desk and with a bunch of computer software.
People trying to move, trying to scale down or whatever. Yeah,
that's it. And like I'm talking about up to 80% off on some things, and it was like, so it wasn't all bad. It's all how you kind of.
Yeah, I guess not all bad for some people and pretty bad for others.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on the area you're in and the business you're in, and all of that. And it is attack on the small business, which is the crime of the whole thing. Really is a crime, especially because it was under false premise.
Mm-hmm.
But back to the lying thing about the false premise is they have to. What the brilliance is coming up with something that can't be disproven to the extreme. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how fake the picture looks. You can't prove it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
Or they could even put in the small print that it's an artist's interpretation. Any of that, it doesn't matter. It's all about the spectacle. Like in that one movie we were fascinated with for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's all about the spectacle. And if you can devise something that can't be proven one way or another, you can elaborate on it all you want, and no one can ever totally say, no matter what, that you're lying. So because they can't prove it, and you're being suspicious on purpose about it, mm-hmm. It puts them in the position of being guilty just for being suspicious, right? It turns it back around, and that's the gaslighting that I was talking about. Yep. When they start turning it around on you and saying, well, you can't prove that I'm lying emphatically, so therefore I'm going to double down on it and make you feel like you should feel guilty for not believing me because I'm telling you the truth. And since you can't prove it, then then you should feel bad. And that's where the crime really starts to come in, and the respect is lost.
That's funnily enough where M. Scott Veitch went, and even a little bit Ian recently, in that you can't know anything for sure, like,
right.
And it's such to me, that's just such a total cop-out.
Yeah, completely.
But
science doesn't prove anything.
Exactly. And it's like, whoa, that's the get out of jail free card if I've ever seen one. But I wanted to ask you this while I've got you here, and then I'll leave it. Like, you were going to say to me the other day about the 9.8 meters per second and how that could I hear your thoughts? If you're not in the frame to talk about it, I understand. I'll ask you another time.
No. That's okay. Can I remember what I said to you about that? Is what you're asking?
Yeah, you actually said why that's not happening, right? And I didn't.
Well, no, what I said was that it answers questions about the rate at which things fall. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't answer enough of the other questions that we need to make it all have common sense. Mm-hmm. Which is why any of that's why I said in the other thing I just read, which was that once you realize that you're not moving, then believing that you're moving takes an exorbitant amount of information on why you wouldn't sense that at all to begin with, which isn't there. Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, it has to be like proven beyond, any kind of reasonable doubt. And that's a theory that answers one part of the question of this rate that goes, 9.8 meters per second, because it could be moving up. But there's so many, so many unreasonable things that you have to include with that, which is, again, we're moving without any sense of that. Then it doesn't even explain why the stars are moving at that rate too upwards, because we're not getting closer to the stars, right?
Right.
So it's all these other things that are just like completely nonsensical that have to go with it.
Well, that's it. Then you have to go into another assumption, really.
Yeah, or belief. Right?
That the Earth is like an enclosed system, 100% fact. And if it's an enclosed system, the whole thing would be moving at the same rate. So the whole system, like enclosed like a spaceship, basically. Mm-hmm. That's the idea, that Earth is a spaceship, the whole system. Right. And it's moving upwards in a endless...
If the things falling are within that system, then why would it be, it doesn't make any sense. Because then you're saying that everything's suspended except that the floor is moving upwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you should be able to feel that same thing when you jump in an elevator and you feel that little drop. You should be able to do that anytime.
Yeah. Well,
it's just an easy test,
I think too, what was being explored there were some of the narratives. So I mean, I don't mind it. I think some people have reached a point where I'm at a point in my own understanding where I'm happy to say I don't know, and then I stick to what I do know, and then I'm open to different points of view and new information or old information, but it doesn't make me doubt what I do know. It's sort of just just a place I've reached where I know what I know, I don't know what I don't, and I'm cool with that. That's just where I'm.
Well, that's the thing. When you even just to use the word "know" is the way they trap you. I mean, you don't have to know that you're not moving, but you're not wrong to assume that you're not because there's no reason to believe otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's all it is.
I know. I'm sitting here in a chair with a microphone in my hand, talking to you. I know that.
Right. And you know that there's no reason to believe that you'd be moving in any way because you don't feel it. So why would you believe that?
Yeah, I don't feel it. I don't feel it.
So the belief would be that you are moving because you don't feel it. So you should rightly assume that you're not moving unless there's really good reason to believe you are. And that's the end of the argument right there.
Well, I had a definite moment when this started. I sat down in a park and there was not a lot of wind. It actually got quite quiet and still. And it sounds stupid, but I actually cried because I had that realization that I wasn't whizzing around.
Yeah, it takes that though.
And it made me cry because it was a relief.
Right. That's the realization I'm talking about. That's where I think every flat earther has that moment where they just realize that it's not happening because you've fully given up the belief. And it's not exchanging it for a belief that you're not moving. It's just giving up the belief that you are. That's all it is. I don't know why it seems like people are still continuing the argument as if like, wait, maybe they're right still. That's what annoys me when people have been in this conversation for a long time and they still treat the argument as if they might lose it. Like it's not based on a false premise and a completely ridiculous idea.
That's yeah. And I think just for the open, healthy, skeptical mind, there's nothing wrong with checking cognitive dissonance or a confirmation bias on anything. I think that's actually the only reason why I entertained it, just to make sure again and go over it just one more time.
But you were never hoping that it's flat, or you're hoping that it's not a spinning ball. Everyone in this that's still in this conversation after a few years, exhausted the idea that we've all looked to find the security at some point when we first were starting to figure this out, that it was just the way they said. You find a debunk that made us satisfied for a little bit. They cling to that, hoping that it was true, but couldn't deny our common sense.
Well, there were people in, again, Jem's room. I always come back because it was an experience. Like I was so genuine in it. I wasn't trolling them. Mm-hmm. Later I did. But in the beginning I went to them as honest as I could be. And I said to them all, or anyone who was there, I said, there was a point, and I know there's a lot of people who don't even give this a second thought. They're just on with their life. They're not thinking about the universe and the solar system. They're just not. It's only when they sit down and maybe watch a documentary about something like that they consider it. But most people, when you're on the freeway, you're not thinking, oh, where am I in the universe right now? Right? But, or maybe you do, to each their own. But there was a point in my 20s when I was working for the newspaper that an older man who worked there burnt me and this other guy that I worked with the 13 DVD box set of Carl Sagan's Cosmos. And for no reason, I didn't even know about Carl. he handed it to me
Right.
one day, and he said, "You have to watch this."
Right.
And I was in my 20s, so there was at that stage when you're a young adult to watch Cosmos, Carl Sagan's Cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
You totally, as an audience member, get on a spaceship and travel through the universe and go through human history and the whole foundation of modern astronomy, astrology, and pseudoscience. You go through it.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the biggest psyops there is.
Right.
And so after that, it makes you have no choice. If you believe it, it changes the framework of your consciousness.
Right.
If you believe it. And at that stage, I wasn't sitting there going, I wonder if Sagan's having me on here and this is all fucking bullshit. I wasn't thinking that at that stage. I was like the kid eating ice cream.
Right.
You know, I took it all on board. And
Right.
that's why it was, the last thing I'll say is, that's why it was such a shock to me when Flat Earth actually was there. That was the first step. It's just like, why have I never questioned this like a skeptic with a skeptical mind?
And what's funny is I think it's people like you or I that, you know, I was into Carl Sagan and loved Stephen Hawking, devoured his books, even took a Star Trek course in college.
Crazy.
You know, where it was like, that was just like, you know, I was all about it and used to love to argue, you know, Stephen Hawking's points about how the universe was constructed and how he figured out black holes actually emit light and all that, you know, like as if I were like somehow knowledgeable about these things, which I was. I was knowledgeable about the science fiction of it, right?
Sure.
But the fiction, melding the fiction into the premise of these bigger institutions is the name of the game. And defending it isn't really even about telling the truth. It's about how good is this model? Where are the leaks in this model? And it's almost like, in fact, Issa mentioned it earlier. He said that he thinks that Jim Panda is a flat earther from, you know, to the core. And even you know, some of these other guys like Ranty or not Ranty, but what's his name that always comes into Nathan's Rumpus, right? And you know, but they're there almost to not win, but make to see if there's any leaks in the system. Like they know what the defense of the false model is backwards and forwards. And they know that so now the test is to see if any flat earthers, you know, smart enough or clever enough to come up with a way to put them in the corner of no recourse. Even if they have to just give, like, you know, and all those patented answers that they have set up are there just to bandage all of the lies, right? But they're there and can't be argued against. That's why it's like the micro and the macro. That they realize that if they have these tools that can see beyond what people can normally see, and those things are expensive enough that most people can't get a hold of them, they can make up whatever they want, especially if they can put a rocket up into the air and make people believe it went out into space. Then, you know, fucking, there's no limit to that kind of control. No, it can't be disproven. Same thing with the virus. It's the micro. You can't prove whether they tested you properly for something that may or may not exist. And you can't prove whether it exists or not, or prove whether they tested you properly or not. It's just brilliant.
Well,
and that's why those institutions become so huge.
That's the biggest, that's the real power the human being has is its own skepticism. Because without skepticism, you are the passive consumer. we're not Space Force, we're not SpaceX. So if you sit in front of the TV or the computer screen with open gullibility and innocence and naivety that what you're being presented is reality, and nothing in you questions that, you are the passive consumer. You are actually taking part in it. But the one who's sitting in front of the screen looking at it all, scratching their chin going, bull fucking shit.
Right.
This is fucking.
And they make sure there's no rewards for those kind of people. The rewards come to those that play along, don't rock the boat. The people that are questioning it and scratching their head are going to have to deal with the rest of the people in their lives that aren't able to relate to them anymore, and they're going to feel excluded and secluded and, only have friends online to talk to because all the rest of their friends can't deal with their insanity that is only only a mirror image of the insanity that they've agreed to go along with. Mm-hmm. It's like that. It's so brilliant, and they totally put this out there on purpose because they knew how many people didn't care. The people that were into it, like I started to say in the beginning of this, and I lost track of what I was about to say. People, I think most flat earthers that are truly have figured it out. Not just the people that are there because, they go along with the jargon or they're kind of into the group or whatever. I think there's few of those, that haven't at least realized that it doesn't make sense we're not that we'd be moving without feeling it, right? But the people that have really figured it out and seen the theories that we're supposed to, or know the theories beforehand that we're supposed to think is true, like through Carl Sagan or Hawking or whoever, those are the people that really get into this discussion because we want to know if we were really enraptured with something that was a false thing. The people that really didn't take the time to get into it to begin with are those that aren't going to ever try to get to where we're at because they'd have to figure out what they were supposed to know to begin with. And that's just too much of a challenge at this point in our life. They have too many other things to deal with. Yeah.
No, I totally understand.
So it's understandable, but it's not understandable in our point of view because we're like, this is a big deal. No one can deny that if we're right, it is a big deal.
Yeah.
But in fact, they deny it because they realize it's a big deal and they don't want to deal with the big deal.
Well, to their credit, again, I don't know if you know some of these people, but it was a guy, I think, Curved Water, maybe even Veach.
Yeah, I know Curved Water.
And it wouldn't happen very often. But the question was asked, okay, let's just say hypothetically it is flat. Mm-hmm. It was said, now what?
Right. Yep.
And exactly. I was like I'm so... I feel fortunate to be in the room right now because that's the beginning. And I said, for me, what the natural inevitability and resolution seems to be is, well, where are we really? And what is really going on then? It just seems to be a natural progression of the process. And they could relate to that and they could get on board of that because I didn't go revolution or down with government or ending money. And no, it's just a very honest question. It seems the most natural thing in the world. There's this, if I could just really quickly, because I think it's a good one. There's this frog in a well, and that's all it's ever known. And this frog from the sea or the outside the well comes to the frog in the well and says to the frog in the well, do you know that there's an ocean? And the frog in the well's like, what do you mean? What's the ocean? And the other frog has no option but to take the frog to the ocean. And of course the frog jumps out the well, realizes that there's something outside the well, and then once it gets to the ocean, it's the mind blown moment.
Right. It's kind of like another form of Plato's cave.
Right. Totally. And it's just, it's to me the most it's intrinsic, whatever makes us human. I think a few people are starting to question that at the moment. If you don't know, even on a basic premise like that, the inquiry or the curiosity to know and understand, that just seems natural, like innate in the being.
Right.
So I kind of... Yeah.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, and on top of that, it seems natural for our unity as people to have a layer of common sense understanding about our reality that we share.
Yeah.
A layer of common sense, commonality that we all share and agree upon for our very sanity to exist. And that's what happens with this discussion, is that your paradigm shift, a true paradigm shift. You know, I used to say that as like a funny way of saying, you know, that there's a new way of thinking, you know, that was kind of like maybe like hip, more so than like taking it as seriously as, like, I never thought that there would be something I would live through that I could truly call a true paradigm shift, you know? And then when this happens, you're like, wait a minute, that is a true paradigm shift, because your whole premise of your reality is now different than everyone else's, or different than it was before, but now also different than everyone else's. And you want to have that layer of common sense, commonality to base your sanity of reality with, you know, and you need other people to share that understanding of the basis of our reality for it to seem okay again, or for it to seem like there's some kind of you know, common sense future event that we all can handle, because we've all gotten to this understanding that this doesn't make any sense. So now when something else comes along that doesn't make any sense, we're not going to have any problem communicating with each other about it, because we recognize the bullshit from the fucking gaslighting, you know, or from the truth, right? We understand the difference without having to prove it, with just understanding that there's a common sense. So that's what they did. They took that away, our ability to trust ourselves in what we sense. And that's the brilliance of it.
Have you ever seen the... I agree with you wholeheartedly, Dave, on that as well.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Tominoid channel?
I heard he had a good video put out today. In fact, I was going to check it out. What's up, Tominoid? Shout out in the chat stuff.
There's one, I think it's called Monkey versus Kramer.
Uh-huh.
And just while he's here and while you're here, and then I better roll. But
Right.
I just... What it's saying to me is that there's been this narrative that is in a lot of films that we evolved from monkeys, and there's this aspect to that video that he's just released where it includes the bit where Kramer has the meltdown at the comedy club. And so there's this narrative that puts us above the monkey, like more advanced. And that there's in the human mind, there is this thing of prejudice and judgment to anything that's different to you. So if the rich person looks down on the poor person, you know, the heterosexual looks at the gay or the lesbian or the transgender, you know.
Right.
The white person looks at the Afro-American. And that's why I think the video is important, because I really feel he's really tapped like that's where some of this is going. Because even with the trolls and my journey, a lot of it is about a different way of thinking. The judgment you can have when somebody thinks differently to you, and then if there's prejudice as well and resistance to it. But the main reason I mentioned it is because it's a great video. It's just short. He puts it there, and he also puts in the thing of the Brad Pitt character in 12 Monkeys with the monkey and like the madman sort of like figuring out a way to get out of the insane asylum. And
so is the point kind of like that's the base instinct that we're reduced to by thinking we come from monkeys?
I
evolving
really
past that.
Well, there's a moment in that video, and I hadn't seen it before, where it has the guy who's Kramer, Jerry Seinfeld's on Letterman, and they go to a satellite live feed of Kramer at home, and he's starting to express what happened. And you know how in Seinfeld you hear a lot of canned laughter?
Right.
In the audience while he's talking, people start laughing. And he says, oh, you know, maybe I shouldn't be here. And Jerry says, stop laughing. It's not funny. But this is the interesting thing. When Kramer starts talking, he was the opposite of Elon Musk the other day. You can see that he was genuinely sorry for what he did. And this is the thing. This is the whole about this session. When someone tells the truth, it has a resonance.
Right.
And if you're sensitive and sympathetic to it, I think you can tell the difference between someone who's lying and telling the truth, personally. But all this seems to be coming together, that it's a reoccurring theme in this is it's about reality, not illusion. If there's gaslighting, it's how you deal with it. If we've been reduced to thinking of ourselves as animals and beasts, that time on Earth is done. It's had its day. Like murder, rape, pillage, evil, the devil, Satan, skulls, death, carnage, chaos. That's happened.
Right.
The Enlightenment is shining a big light on that graveyard and going, look at the state of this species.
Right.
And can we do something different? Can we make better can we evolve? Can we change? Can we transform? And I know the answer is yes.
Right.
But not
and that's why it's such an important realization, because you realize we didn't evolve from monkeys. Once that ties in directly to the idea that it was never a big bang that led to that, or never, a spinning ball Earth that we were on to begin with, so it's all tied into that realization. And once we realize we're not monkeys, we're something different for some reason, and they're something different for some reason. Everything exists for some reason. That right there is why this conversation feels important. Not only to keep our sanity amongst our friends and family who we want to trust the common sense of, but for the higher evolutionary stage. Not that evolution's real, but that higher, the understanding that was fucking robbed from us. That connection was robbed from us because we don't trust our own senses. How are we supposed to trust anybody else's common sense?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the last thing I'm going to say to you, because David Banner's in the chat too, and I don't know, it feels like something's shifting for me. But there's been different times on the Earth, whether it was in the 60s, something really good happened in England as well in 1989. Coming to 90, and ecstasy was there, and they called it the second summer of love. ecstasy dropped in England, and there was a very particular sound of music called house music, and there were a couple of festivals where there was a lot of racism and tension in England at the time too, a lot of big soccer fights and riots. But it seems something came together where people put their differences aside.
Yeah, I've heard David Banner say that exactly, in fact. Totally.
Well, it can happen, and it's sort of, I think that's what a lot of us know. Somewhere in us, whatever we really are about, I think some of us know that there is a better place, something better, higher, something a little bit more developed, a little bit more mature, naive too. Like you could still be, an old man and still dance and get down, and it be, like just like a little boy in an old man's body. It's nothing creepy about it. It's just something that's timeless. It goes beyond your age. And I really do feel that that's where a lot of, with all the fucking madness of this modern world and how fast paced it is, and people trying to get somewhere and stepping over each other, trying to get into their position, there is something deeper. And I don't know, like I haven't got much money and I'm not in a really strong position of power, but I know that. And that's kind of why I pump that message, because I reckon that goes beyond me. That's a deeper message for everybody.
Right.
I think we could all make the world better, a better place.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what your lineage is or how much money you have. There's still that woman that's judging somebody else unfairly, which makes her less evolved in a way, whatever that means. That the fact that she hasn't gotten the enlightenment makes her someone that I would never be jealous of in any way based on that alone, no matter how much money she has. It's that connection. It's that when you wouldn't, it's like the opposite, like of the grass is greener when you're judging someone for just being different, like you started this whole piff with, It's like there's both of those things are wrong. To think that the grass is always greener is an absolute statement about something that doesn't make any sense, because you're just living in a state of always wanting something other than what you already have, And then the other idea is that you would always judge something or reject something because it's on the other side, which is another, simple-minded reaction to something. And there's the complexity of the human mind to just balance all of these things and see that there's a deeper connection, like you're talking about, is what I value in others and what I try to build on with others. And if it's all about arguing semantics or trying to figure out who's telling the truth about these details, you don't need that with somebody that you connect with in that deeper sense. You don't need to worry about that. You can move on to more enlightening things to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's happened to a lot of those people, but like I'm talking in the rave culture, because I mean, see, this is the thing I see. It's almost like the human mind's so malleable, and I just thought I'd just leave it on this one for some reason. The Colosseum in Rome. So like people can, if you believe that to be true, people can, and what can be normalized, even like Nazi Germany at its height as well. The public, depending on what is happening in the hive mind and the way of the times and the mainstream, when it's a really strong movement or political regime, and there's a big river flowing a certain way, to go against it, like, that takes a lot of strength and fucking intelligence and human spirit in itself. But I think the feeling I get from what I've seen with the hippies, and this is why I still have a thing with this Tavistock stuff, I think there is a genuine thing in the human species that the hippies and the goths and the punks and the ravers and then the grunge kids, and it's sort of happening again in the new generation, like I see it. They're starting to come into their own. But they all had a correlation where they wanted their own tribe, but it was each sort of unfolding of it was its own thing. There's an identity that goes with it, and it's like, you're one of us. And there's always been, as long as I've been on Earth, some overarching oppressive regime somewhere. And I think that's what a lot of it is about, because humans aren't encouraged to be sentient, independent, strong, discerning, self-aware beings. They're taught to be passive consumers.
Right.
Find a career, get a job, fit in with it, keep your head down, swim with the mainstream. You've got to be sort of in a real position to, and pretty creative and ingenuitive to do something different and be a success too. Like, find a little niche for yourself.
Right.
You know?
Yep. Yeah, it's designed that way. It's designed that way. So that you will be better off if you just go along to get along. They reward that. They make it hard for people that try to do something different on purpose, because that can't be easy, because then everybody would do it, and there wouldn't be any systematizing to it all. Right now, this whole thing is cracking down on trying to systematize everything, getting everyone to get along with the masks or the vaccinations or whatever. That's what this is all about. But at the same time, I was going to say, at the same time, it made me think that a lot of that is kind of set up as this overbearing, totally draconian society.
That's the way it looks from over the pond. The American government, to bust out Elon, to launch SpaceX, then for California to go into martial law almost, and as Hitch showed in his video, like, light people up in their streets and shoot green paint at them and shit. It's literally like watching a bad dystopian movie of the future.
Mm-hmm.
And
but it almost seems that way on purpose, though.
Yeah.
Like, I was just going to get at the point that I think that they're coming to a head on a lot of this on purpose. Like I've said all along, I think they're showing us the harnesses on the ISS on purpose. They gave us the flat Earth realization on purpose. Mm-hmm. And it made me think that even more when I was looking at the 2030 plans, or the NWO, the New World Order website, NWWO or something .org, that was going around in the links, and all of their happiness talk about the future and their plans to get the 2030 society set up a certain way, and all of it kind of goes along in the same lines as, like, if you look at the Georgia Guidestones, it all seems really great except for the first premise of the thing. The first line is keep the population under 500 million, but then every one of the following 10 commandments are like pretty right on, like, cool, like have a fair and honest court system, treat nature or respect nature, and all of these things that do seem altruistic. And there's a lot of that rhetoric that's put into this website about what we want for the future. So it seems like, if I had to guess, maybe that this whole realization, again, will be used as a way of, giving us this new paradigm shift in a way that they've designed for us to accept it. Mm-hmm. And that's not saying it's all going to be true, but it's going to be giving us a truth with a whole other set of rules that make us all feel unified. But the unification is going to be the price of also being more like each other and having all the same restrictions and all those other things. Because like the independent person can just pretty much do whatever they want when they have enough money, they can buy people. So maybe it's like, trying to like actually give us some kind of good society at the same time. They balance the good with the bad is what I'm trying to say. So it's not all bad. And the hippie movement wasn't all bad. Either. It did give people this enlightenment that helped build the future. And even if it was Tavistock that was helping with some of these bands' impression on the public, it doesn't mean that impression was meant in a totally evil way, which is the only interpretation some people can see once
it was hijacked. Just like the riots have plants in the riot that you were making obvious. They had a real situation on their hands, the old guard and establishment, because if you really look at it, love, that first big hippie movement had love. A lot of those young people had genuine love in their heart, and that's why it was hijacked, because that's the most powerful emotion there is. The most healing, that can move mountains, that can change civilizations.
Right.
And that's why they had to infiltrate it. Right. With acid, with Leary, with the Kool-Aid, with everything that happened. They had to shut that movement the fuck down.
Yep.
And as the 60s ended and the 70s changed, 70s came online, you can really see how the lengths they went to make sure that and that's when they went to the moon too.
Yep. And the space age became the hippies became space age freaks. Right. Carlos Sagan was a big part of that.
Yeah. And they took their attention from the Earth and sent it into the universe, and gave everybody the false impression that that's where we were going to go.
Right.
Off-world.
Yep. And they tied in the whole environmental cause to it, because the hippies were all about save the planet, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And love each other. Love each other. Care about each other. Not just step on each other to see what you can get.
Right.
Like, hippies get a lot of shit. But the real essence of it is beautiful.
Right.
It's
just like communism.
Yeah, it's genuine care for your fellow beings that you inhabit the earth with. Community.
Right.
How can people... I don't know. I mean, I've met nihilists and punks and all sorts of heads. Goths, ravers. They have a thing too in rave called plur. And it's peace, love, unity, and respect.
Right.
But it runs through. Some people just don't want to... They want to be independent. They want to do their own thing. That's totally cool too. But I think most people who are, especially extroverts, they love gathering and getting together with their friends and around other people. And it's like, yo, man, hey, you're outside too. The sun's out. Oh, isn't this tune cool? Oh, where did you get that drink of water? I'm really... You know what I mean? It's so simple. Oh, I like that T-shirt, dude. Where did you get that? Oh, that haircut's cool.
Right.
That's what people do.
Right. Yeah. And they've made it so that it's hard to be an extrovert and a conspiracy theorist at the same time.
Yeah, like, I know. It can be so isolating, man.
Yeah, because you can't. You're like, hey man, nice haircut. Did you hear that the government faked the moon landing?
It's like
I'm like that.
over here.
I'm an extrovert and I'm a flat earther, and that's why I get myself so much trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, man, it's all good. Yeah, getting into like the normie shit and like relating to people. Like, yeah, but 9/11 was bullshit too. You know that, right? And the whole mood changes in the room, right?
Yeah, it's too much.
I'd like it to be on the table that way. I don't want to be skirting around things I can't say that are obvious. And that brings it back to what I was just saying about this common sense shit. Like I'm an extrovert. I'd love to talk to people, and I'm not going to just hide what I think, especially amongst my friends or close family where it seems important. Because again, it's not about the Earth not moving. It's about the fact that we should be aware that there's illusions that big, so that then when the next one comes along that may make a difference in our health or our livelihood in a bigger way, directly, like cancer or the economy or anything, can we have a common sense understanding of that and not feel like we're fooling ourselves into just believing what we're supposed to when it really matters?
100%.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's very much just from knowing, because you've got a really good sense of humor and you've got a really good laugh. It's really disarming.
I hear my laugh. I hear my laugh. I'm like, oh, really cool. Awful.
No, it's fine. And
not good. I'm glad you said that.
And it's genuinely disarming. And I think if people see you, if you can laugh about it, I know this seems weird, but this is only me saying it through learning it, because I've done it the other way. I've been entirely serious and not laughed once and had a look in my eye like, this is so real, you will listen.
Right.
And it's like, whoa, people get scared. So,
sure.
And I've also heard people talk about the globe and just totally gone along with it too, just to get along. Like, just be like, yeah, I know, like space and the universe and that's amazing, isn't it? And
right.
Aliens, and just gone along to get along. But if these conversations are going to be had into the future, I think some humor would help, because
funny always wins, for sure.
It seems to be something that sort of softens the blow, because this stuff for a lot of people can be pretty whoa.
Yeah. That's why, even artistic, if it's funny or if it's artistic, if it's put in a way that people can appreciate, in a way that's not we got to run and hide from the government because they're about to come kill us, which is pretty much like, the first thing people think is, if I even say something about this, I could be incarcerated just for going, and they used to do that. If you said something against the Queen, you were exiled to Australia or wherever. That's what happens, just for saying something. And that's what we're really trying to avoid, is that we can't let ourselves start skirting around and walking on eggshells, because that's the only way for me to deal with this, is laugh about it and put it out there. And the only way to make the normies comfortable with it, or even for us to get somewhere, is for this to be, and I think we've achieved that, actually, for this to be like, we did what we needed to do. We're not going to get them to start telling the truth. That was never the goal in my mind. It was just to normalize the conversation enough that people close to us realize that we're not crazy, even if they don't want to admit that we're right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gotten to that point. We saw it happen. We did it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we had, I think we each had our own little direct impact on it. But just having the conversation and letting it grow online has made it normalized to the point where everyone's heard about it. They either don't want to look into it because they just don't want to know, or they look into it and decide to believe the other side, but they at least realize that they're believing it rather than just thinking it's assumed any longer.
Mm-hmm.
It's evolved to that. That whole discussion has evolved already to that point within the time we've been involved. Which is all we really need, At least now, when it comes up between my friends and I, they're the ones running away. attacking me and laughing at me any longer because they know that they don't want to know.
I mean, to go a double full circle here, being an Australian, and when I first really got flat Earth and realized that it wasn't a conspiracy theory and that it was real, I realized that on my own. Once I realized that, then I went looking for people I could connect with and talk about it, right? Another obvious progression, right? So I'm looking at the lay of the land. Vinny was out there, different people. I ended up gravitating to be on the imaginary curve. And so there was an international thing. And I've lived in England for nearly 3.5 years, so I could relate to that way of thinking too. And my mum's from England, so there's a connection. But to bring it all full, because David Banner's here, the thing that made it really interesting for me is I was in a private hangout with a guy from New Zealand, a guy from England, and Poncho Pete joined this hangout. I didn't know Poncho, and he doesn't usually do that. And so Poncho joined, and at the end of the hangout that went for about half an hour, he said to No Story Now, Matthew, and me and Andrew, Execrate 200, you can feel free to join. Here's this links dispensary. Come over, anytime. You're welcome. And so I didn't really know Poncho's story, that he'd been out there doing the vigil. I didn't know any of this at this stage. And I joined one day. And one of the first times I joined, it was just him and Jez, just having a chat. But to go through the experience at that stage of it with Poncho and how we all met out there, regardless of what's happened, for a little while, something really good happened out there. There was an international group of independent people really starting to talk to each other about a lot of different things.
Right. Yep.
And I genuinely miss that. That's why I was there, because of those conversations, the consciousness, what was being discussed, and everyone's point of view made it what it was.
Right. And Poncho made it what it was in such a great way, because he's like the perfect example of what we were just talking about, the extrovert that uses humor along with the truth to just make it normalized, even though he's far from, what anyone would consider normal. He was talking. I mean, you see him do his interviews, and he goes out and talks to people in the streets or at the park or wherever, and he's able to relate to them on a common sense level and get them talking, and then starts just, going off with all the different, why you think this is this way. But you don't realize it's because of this, but just this, even the tone of his voice is hilarious. And they're just, he's jovial. And he was such a great host for that period of time that we were all there, because he would just call people's shit out right away. He calls it like he sees it, and, and would be funny about it, and he was the perfect person to host that platform at the time and keep us all on. And it was when they got all serious and, pointing fingers at each other about gender and all that, where it was just like, it sucked because it was such a contrast to what we had so quickly, and that's kind of the plight of anybody that looks into any of this information, because they're then vulnerable to any possible deception being, on the biggest level is possible, which we all can accept. Now, at this point, we have to look into anything. We had to take concave Earth seriously enough to look into it, even though it's had all the ridiculous things the ball logic had. But we had to look into it just to be sure. And someone could be convinced that it's true if they were, of the right mindset, I guess, as we've seen.
So it's like, it's like anytime you get into the belief stage of it, or if if you get too obsessed in one area and demand that everyone, it's almost like it's almost like he found flat Earth again, but in a gender misrepresentation. And maybe a lot of it was right or more than we even like to admit, but then we become the normies that are like, wait a minute, this is like, this is an area we don't even want to know about if it's true, in a way.
I think that's the best point of the session, Dave, because if you look at it from the creator's standpoint, looking, say, it's the top of the pyramid looking down on Earth, there's so many different things happening on Earth at any given time. And like if you had a microscope, you can zoom in on a very particular area. But when you zoom it out and get the whole panorama, you take it all in. So I understand why he's gone so deeply into the subject he has and why it's affected him. Mm-hmm. But I personally, totally it's sort of like I have, and maybe he'll come back around. I hope he does, and broaden his perspective again, because I think that's what the whole flat Earth thing's taught me, to have a broad view, not just to focus on one aspect of what humanity does, be it government, be it the individual. I think you have to look at it all. And then my dad said that to me once too. He goes, there's positives and negatives to being alive, but I think when you add it all up, you'll see that there's more positives than negatives. And it was just such a simple way to put it. And I was like, that's my old man.
Glass half full, glass half empty.
That's it. And it's all your perspective. It's what you're focusing on. And I just think personally, I've got nothing against him as a person, but where his focus is at, I don't know. That's just my only criticism.
Well, the thing is that I think that it's a perfect example of the psyop within a psyop that we're dealing with here. Because it's like, I think that there's been changes in the human species over time because of whatever they're using with the water, putting in the food, the hormones in the milk or whatever it is. There's different developments happening. And they're also doing this gender replacement stuff, even from a young age, or maybe even trying to do it on purpose. Who knows how far it goes, but it seems like there are men that look a lot like women naturally, and they know this, and then they can also throw in the gender manipulation stuff. So then you can convince someone, rightly so, that males have a certain proportion and females have a certain proportion, and that's just an absolute statement across the board. And there is truth to that to a certain degree. But I've known manly women, and I know for a fact that they're not fucking men. Yeah. My grandma was a manly woman,
Yeah.
But I've known very feminine guys that have no fucking vagina and never did, but they could be looked at as such. So it's one of those things that's like, it's like another distraction that they've taken advantage of people with, I think, where it's like they, just like the whole thing with the movie stars becoming other people. Some of them are true, but then they can go out now and find like people that look like each other and just start throwing that in there, and that's where the agent provocateurs are working, just like they did with this whole last thing that we just went through in the U.S. with putting bricks out there for people to throw. It's like there are agent provocateurs, and I don't know who, or I'm not trying to claim I know, but it seems like they've used that. They used the simple truth that is something that is a deception, but then they capitalize on it by throwing in everything, the whole kit and caboodle. And then people just buy it because they think that there's this rule that you can go by now, and it's everybody that has that falls into that category must be the same, because they have a little bit of a manly look. It means they must be a man, and it's absolute, and we can say that for sure now. And that's where you start getting into like, hey, we don't know that for sure, but it doesn't matter, and all that kind of stuff, Like, that so-and-so is so-and-so. Some of them are true, but then they go ahead and throw a bunch of like, Mandela effects in there that they know aren't true, but they're just putting them on the list to beef up the whole psyop, so that that if one of them's found untrue, then everybody can just throw them out.
Well,
that's how it works.
And I'm with you 100%. The reason I don't pay too much attention to that is because from my standpoint, within the human species, there are transgender people. Within the human species, there are gay people, lesbians, different sexuality. Within the human species, there's different cultures, but it's still the human species. There's different things going on within the species. I don't just focus on one aspect of it. I see the whole.
Right.
And it doesn't.
If they're doing things to manipulate us genetically, then that is something that is important to focus on and maybe even rectify if possible. If they're doing this, if they're convincing 7-year-old boys they must be girls and start, giving them fucking estrogen at a young age without, these are the things that it makes it important to talk about.
Well, definitely. But at the same time, still in 2020, the way to create a human being is you still need male sperm. Females don't create sperm as far as I know. And you still need a female egg and a womb. And when you put those two things together, that's how you get a human being. Male and female. Still in 2020. And however far back this species goes, that's how people procreate. That's how there's all these people here.
Yeah, and when I looked deep into this to try to help figure out what's going on with Pete, I found out that there's slight elevations in estrogen or testosterone while the baby's developing in the vital stages can create a more male frame, bone structure, or female frame, bone structure, or tendency, whatever it is you have, whatever the variations are. Those slight levels of estrogen or testosterone can cause, huge changes, even though they're slight at that time of development. So that could explain everything, even though it doesn't, because they are doing weird shit with people. And that's the problem, because conflated. And that's what I hate about this discussion more than anything, is when you see that things are conflated or people are misunderstanding each other, that's where I feel like I got to step in somehow and try to maybe see if I can get some common sense commonality to this reality again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that we're not misunderstanding each other, because if it's something like if people are breaking off from each other from misunderstanding or not being able to talk, they're talking past each other, that's what it's really frustrating, because it's like, wait a minute. That was useless. If they disagreed and they were hearing each other out, then that's one thing. But if they're just going off the deep end or, flying off the handle on each other, not even listening to each other, then what the fuck are we doing here?
Word. I mean, one last thing, Dave, and then I will have to go. If that's all right with you.
Yeah, I'm done too.
I was in this art community of about 200 people. Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane. So say maybe even more, but let's say a core group of about 200 people. Within that group of 200, there were probably 5 standout people that changed their gender. I knew about 3 males who became women, and I knew 2 women who became men. So in comparison, that's not a lot to the whole. And some of the things I saw my friend or someone I knew, Alex, go through, he ended up going to Helsinki and Finland for a while in winter as a transgender. Then he had a bunch of operations in India. He got sepsis. He went through all these crazy things, and what I've seen of it is it's really brutal. The whole process to change and there's nothing. I mean, I don't know. Some people like pain, you know, like you see someone like with a tattoo, and you know that tattoo hurt. But to change your gender, like when you're an actual full-grown male,
right?
Like it's brutal. It's a brutal process,
right? And you wouldn't imagine there'd be much reward except for the appearance. I mean, you wouldn't have any sensation. You wouldn't have the same sensation with the sex for sure.
Well, for the person too, I think that's the real, like, the people I've known, they do kind of seem comfortable in the change, and that's none of my business. I think the main thing I got from Poncho and just the issue itself is when people are presenting as women and they're not, or a male's presenting as a male when it's really a woman. I think that's part of the betrayal. But I got to go. But I think that's what a lot of again, it's about lying and deception.
Right.
So, but yeah.
Yep.
Just my views on it.
Full circle for sure, man.
Yeah. Take care of yourself, man.
You too. We'll talk real soon.
Word.
Good night. Yeah, so I was doing a little rant earlier with when we got cut off. Somehow the stream got taken down. But I wrote something that about the subject of lying for anyone that wasn't here when I was reading this before. And Kenny made me promise to read it again when the stream starts. So since I'm here alone, I think I'm alone. I'm alone now. I'll read it one more time, I guess, before I go to sleep, for anyone who's interested. Because it's interesting when there's the whole subject of lying. And it was a situation recently that was just, it made me think about the whole idea of lying and whether, how somebody deals with a lie, or whether the lie is important to begin with or not. And whether it's something that, affects people in, one way or another, or makes someone lose respect from someone in one way or another, and how that's dealt with is interesting as all. So, I assume everyone remembers lying about something when they were little. And I often think about past situations when I haven't told the complete truth about something, or when I've been lied to, and all the variations and approaches that are involved with how and why, or I or someone else was dishonest to begin with. And then there's all the different ways that the person being told the lie can react to it. It's funny how we accept certain lies and not others. And I realize that there's a certain maturity that develops as you get older as far as how you're able to still be okay with someone, even if they've lied to you, or even if they've continuously lied to you. Not to say that you have the same respect for them, but some people just have that as part of their personality, it seems. Maybe they're like pathological, unaware of it, themselves even. A lot of times it seems like they know that they're lying, and also even know that you aren't planning on calling them on it. Like, it's just okay, like, they can't help themselves, and they know it's okay. Or maybe they're lying about, what they're lying about is something related to something that they can't admit to themselves, or know that your reaction will only be some sort of judgment. Like, you're telling your wife, I didn't have a drink, even though she knows you had a drink. You're like, I didn't have one, But she knows you're lying, that she knows you're lying, and it's okay. It's almost better for the both of you that you say, I didn't have one, don't worry about it. Because it's then she has to react to you saying what she didn't want to hear. So it kind of becomes like a relationship okayness in the fibbing and the different, levels of of saying something without it really being a believable thing, and you both know it, and it's okay. Sometimes that's the way it goes, you know. You don't want to, if someone's going to also judge you for something that they don't really have a right to judge you for, you've gone through it too many times, and so there's just no reason to address it, and they just know they're going to get the lie because they don't have the right to respond to you the way they did the one time before about it, because it's your life, not theirs, you know, those kind of things. So it becomes interesting how we tolerate these things amongst ourselves, and it's okay to some degree, even though, you know, it's not okay in other ways at the same time. Anyway, it's just interesting to think about all the different degrees of lying. Like, there's fibbing, there's white lies, blatant lies, partial lies, noble lies, fabled lies, outrageous lies, ridiculous lies, fantastical lies, like space. Sometimes we lie to protect ourselves. Sometimes we lie to protect others. Sometimes we lie for the good of the whole. Sometimes we lie to get out of a situation where it'd just be stupid not to lie. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's obvious we aren't being honest, you know, you're supposed to lie in these situations, otherwise you're an idiot, you know, like Lisa talks about with court and shit. Sometimes it's just like a legal lie, right? Anyway, so sometimes we don't even know why we lie, but then once we do, it just seems like silly to admit it. Like it's a stupid thing. Like I lied about that, but now it doesn't even matter, so I have to keep lying about it. Why did I lie to begin with? There's nothing I should even worry about anyone knowing the truth about. I guess that happens, kind of like, you know, George Costanza might do or something. Or like when you're a kid, or even an adult, in some cases, you might lie about something that would make a big difference as to how someone feels about you. So you lie. You know, and you don't want that to just be known. It's better if they just, you know, continue thinking this about you. Kind of like, you know, people want to feel okay about where they live, and they don't want to feel like they're being lied to about where they live. So they just go ahead and continue to believe it, because that feeling of being lied to is worse than just believing a lie, in a way. And if it's about something really bad, there may be no turning back. You know? Like if you did something that you really shouldn't have done and you lied about it, then you really can't admit to it, because then you not only have to admit that you did it, but then you have to admit to lying about doing it. You know? Anyway, at all costs, you can never admit it then, because you and the person you lied to would be worse off if you did. And then there might be times where you're stupid enough to double down on a lie that you could have easily admitted to lying about. But then you feel like you never can after you've compounded it by lying about not lying, more emphatically so after the fact. And what really sucks is when the lie you double down on is something obvious, where you're just insulting that person's intelligence to begin with, and then further insulting them with adding to the already bad lie by overcompensating, making it even more obvious that you lied. And the worst thing that you can do, it seems, is to start reversing your bad lie onto them, start trying to make them feel like they owe you an apology for not believing that you lied, for not believing you didn't lie. This is called gaslighting, and it's the most aggravating of all of them, because you're reversing the guilt onto them, and if it's a really stinky, just really bad lie, something stupid and obvious, then it can work in a few different ways, because if it's a stupid lie that has no real effect on anyone and it's obvious as all hell, then the gaslighting can almost just be a mutually laughed at thing, like sort of like, yeah, you're trying to make me believe that you weren't the one that did such and such thing. Come on, you know, whatever. I'm just going to laugh it off with you because it's ridiculous to even think that it's not you or whatever. But it's like a kid lying on a couch with a stomach ache. He's got a chocolate ice cream dried up all around his mouth and his face, and his mom comes home and finds the freezer wide open with the empty ice cream container on the floor, the spoon drawers pulled out, with drips all over the carpet leading to the spoon on the coffee table in front of the kid lying out on the couch with a stomach ache. She says, "Stephen, why did you eat all the rest of the ice cream?" And he goes, "I didn't." And she's like, "Then who did?" And he's like, "I don't know." And she's almost laughing as he gets madder and madder that she won't believe him. As he screams more and more, "Why won't you believe me?" Tears start running down his face, and he even pauses for a minute when the chocolate taste runs into his mouth from his tears. And then he's alerted. in his brain, she's looking at him and he's looking at her. And he realizes, shit, I've got ice cream on my face. So he buries his head in the couch cushion to hide it, as if she didn't already see it. And then she gets a little aggressive, ripping the cushion out from underneath his head so he doesn't stain it with all the chocolate tears being smeared all over it. But this makes him scream even harder because now she's taken away his hiding spot, so he stomps off out of the room as if she'd just given him the spanking of his life. Anyway, I'm sure this sounds familiar to anyone that's been in this situation as a kid or a parent or someone that knows someone with a kid. So let me just throw this alternative yet very remote possibility out there. Let's just say that the kid's older sister came home before the mom, went to the freezer, ate all the ice cream, left the freezer and the silverware drawer open, placed the carton on the floor, and then smeared some of the ice cream all over her brother's face, oh so carefully, so he doesn't wake her, so she doesn't wake him up, just so that she could not only eat all the rest of the ice cream, but then also watch her little brother get in trouble for something he didn't do. Okay, this is possible, right? We've all known some evil bitches, right? And maybe there are some little girls that could be this evil. Or maybe her little brother even deserved it somehow, and he's just as brilliant as her and set her up in the same way many times before. But, or maybe he's just at least smart enough to figure out what his sister did, or figure out that he could make it seem plausible that she did it, and he decides to present this conspiracy theory to his mom. And he explains to her how it must have been Susie that was elaborately hoaxing his mother and psyoping him at the same time with this mastermind planting of evidence and smearing of faces. Now, at this point, the mother has to apply what we call common sense and a certain amount of deductive reasoning to help her figure out how to handle it, because now it's the situation that could have been forgotten about is turned into a crime caper that she has to investigate. Or maybe she just has to pretend to investigate because the reaction of the kid burying his face and getting all too defensive immediately told her all she needs to know. But she can't just assume he's not telling the truth or seem like she's assuming that Susie is innocent. But the point is that because there's an extremely remote and very slim chance that something more elaborate and unexplainable must have happened, she can't let the boy see that she's deciding not to believe him because he's her son. And not only does she want to believe him, she has to uphold his sense that she wouldn't just assume he's lying in hopes that he'll still trust her in the future situations that might matter a whole lot more. Kind of like that common sense, reality that I was talking about from Merle. And the reason I decided to write all this out is very simple. My final point, which is that when grown men try to use this tactic of gaslighting other grown men who might even be considered a friend, then they might find themselves compared to the kid on the couch with the ice cream all over his face, screaming for people to believe that they didn't eat the ice cream. And yeah, maybe they didn't. But if they got a problem with someone coming to that conclusion and start acting like assuming there must be a better explanation is tantamount to every die-hard globe earther running around all of his own common sense to defend the dumbass spinning ball earth theories. And that's what brought us all here to begin with, right? So I just hope that no one here has to deal with gaslighting amongst each other when the whole point of most of these conversations is that even though none of us can emphatically prove that all the moon landings and pictures from space and the rest of it were fake, we've all seen enough and deduced enough to know better. So anyone that wants to run around trying to challenge the ballers on all these little arguments that keep the conversation going, have fun with that. And I almost have to question if they haven't fully realized themselves that we just aren't fucking moving. After that, arguing about curvature versus perspective or black swans or any of the rest of it might be important for the newcomers to see debated. But for anyone that's been around here for a while, to still pretend like there's any chance in hell that a globe earther could ever win any of these arguments based on such an obviously flawed and ridiculous premise is as much a waste of time He's trying to figure out if the kid really ate the ice cream. So who likes playing games with people who are in such denial that they use gaslighting and shameless excuses just to keep you running around in circles? Not me, that's for sure. Anyway, that is that. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Zern, Rig, Merle, Hassan, David Banner. What up, brother? Wolfman, what up, brother? Alexander, Tom Manoid, I'll go check out your videos after I get out there, I promise. Good night from PPPC Ponder Network.
Hippocratic Hypocrisy, a new film by Dr. Andrew Kaufman and Spacebusters. How health and medicine was hijacked and turned into selling sickness and poison for profit. Premieres live this Friday, June 5th, 3:30 p.m. Eastern United States, 9:30 p.m. Europe, on both the Dr. Andrew Kaufman and Spacebusters channels. Dr. Kaufman and Spacebusters will be in the live chat, fielding questions on Dr. Kaufman's channel release. Links to the films are in the description section below.
Good morning. I'm getting coffee.
Morning. How you doing?
Coffee. I'm good. I gotta get some more coffee. Alright. I'm gonna play a couple of videos. I'll be back.
All right, cool, man.
Cool. I gotta say something about taking a knee.
Taking a knee?
Taking a knee, man. All the cops just took a knee. Now, when I played sports, the coach would go, "Hey, everybody gather around, take a knee." Right? But taking a knee is kind of what the guy was doing on the guy's neck. In the video, the cop took a knee to the guy's neck and killed him, right?
Yeah.
So it's so I think taking a knee, the mayor of Los Angeles took a knee yesterday. And I think it symbolizes we're coming down on your neck.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like rubbing it in the face.
It's rubbing it in, yes. Anyway, just a thought I had. Anyway, interesting. All right.
just behind us. In the last couple of moments, they've cleared out. We saw some National Guard trucks that were out back. Those have cleared out along with the protesters. But we want to show you some video. Really remarkable scene out here as Fayetteville police took a knee. We saw protesters follow. That really seemed to de-escalate the situation. For a couple of hours now, we've seen protesters lining up right against the police. Some tense moments there. We did not know how that would go down. We saw protesters yelling some insults at police, police standing by in that riot gear. And then, of course, that moment where police took that knee, it really seemed to calm tensions. We saw protesters hugging police following that moment. I spoke to some protesters. They said it just meant the world to them that police would do that, that would show them that kind of respect. And then protesters cleared out because at 8 o'clock that curfew went into effect. And so they followed the rules here. They cleared out, and it was pretty remarkable to see. Protesters have been out here for several hours. They had marched. Fayetteville police trying to keep them back from going into the downtown here by Fayetteville State. But again, a really remarkable resolution here. We're going to be out.
Okay, that took longer than I thought. Sorry.
Proper coffee there.
The bag broke. I was trying to fucking make a pot of coffee. Anyway, I had to find a different container. It was a disaster. All right, let's see what's happening. Interesting sheet going on out there. Well, all right. Let's do this one.
Back in 1982, in a column I was writing, I raised the question of whether or not public drinking water supplies could be polluted with female hormone residues which might affect the development of male babies. I tried to get television and radio journalists to take up the problem, and I tried to interest politicians in the topic too, but although many were horrified by the idea, all quickly decided that it was far too controversial a subject. It'll frighten people too much, was the common view. However, it wasn't just the possibility of female hormones, residues from the contraceptive pill, which might be causing problems, which worried me. At the time when I first wrote about this subject, now nearly 40 years ago, I was so alarmed by what I'd discovered that I spent over a year doing research before I wrote the article, and my fear was built on several pieces of information. Fact 1. More and more people are taking increasingly powerful medicines such as antibiotics, painkillers, tranquilizers, sleeping tablets, hormones, particularly those in the contraceptive pill, and steroids. Huge numbers of people take drugs every day. Not many people go through a whole year without taking at least one course of tablets. Half the population will take a prescribed medicine today and tomorrow and the day after that. And on top of the prescribed drugs, there are all the non-prescription drugs that are taken, pills bought over the chemist's counter and taken day in and day out. That's fact 1. Fact 2. Many drugs are excreted in the urine when the body's finished with them. For example, up to 75% of a dose of a tranquilizer may be excreted in the urine. With other drugs, the figure can be as high as 90%. Some drugs which are degraded can chemically react with the environment and become active again. Fact 3. After going through standard purification procedures, wastewater is often discharged into freshwater rivers. Fact 4. You can see where this is going, can't you? Fact 4. Drinking water supplies are often taken from freshwater rivers, the same rivers into which the wastewater has been discharged. Fact 5. Water purification programs were designed many years ago before doctors started prescribing vast quantities of drugs for millions of patients, and before the problem of removing drug residues had been thought of. Back in 1982, I felt that someone with even a modest IQ should be able to see where all this was leading. It seemed clear to me that anyone who turned on a tap and made a cup of tea could be getting a cocktail containing leftover chemicals from other people's tranquilizers, sleeping pills, antibiotics, contraceptive pills, heart drugs, anti-arthritis pills, and what have you. So, back in 1982, I wrote that, with an increasing number of people taking drugs, there must be a risk that the drinking water supplies will eventually become contaminated so heavily that people using ordinary drinking water will effectively be taking drugs. Or have we already reached that point, and are people who drink water in certain areas of the country already passively involved in daily drug taking? No one seemed to know the answer to that question. Are you an involuntary drug taker? Could you be addicted to any of the drug residues which might be in your drinking water? Could you be taking regular supplies of bits and pieces of other people's antibiotics? Are you taking contraceptive hormone leftovers? Could these drug leftovers be affecting your fertility? Could they be affecting the health of any unborn children? No one in government still seems concerned by these questions, but there is now plenty of evidence that my original fears were accurate and entirely justified. A publication produced by the Environmental Agency in the UK reported that 50% of the roach in one river had changed sex. Chemicals in treated sewage and factory waste were blamed for upsetting natural fish hormones. The researchers found that the fish were more likely to be affected when they spent time close to a sewage outlet. They also found that fish who lived upstream, away from the sewage outlet, were much less likely to be affected. And apparently the chemicals in sewage which are most likely to affect fish are female hormones such as estrogens. And then, while they were studying lake water for pesticide contamination, Swiss chemists were surprised to find that the lake was polluted with chlorhydric acid, a drug which is used to lower blood cholesterol levels. The possibility that this could have been caused by industrial spillage was ruled out when it was established that chlorhydric acid was not manufactured in Switzerland. When the chemists checked other lakes and rivers, they found low concentrates of the drug everywhere. When researchers in Germany started looking for the same substance, they found the drug in all sorts of water supplies, including tap water. Intrigued, the researchers looked harder and they found lipid-lowering drugs, analgesics, beta-blocker drugs, antibiotics, chemotherapy drugs, and hormones. They found all these drugs in water bodies and in drinking water. And they found that the concentrations were highest in heavy populated areas. Once they'd ruled out industrial spillage, the researchers realized that the drug had come from human body wastes. Exactly what I'd predicted in 1982. The chances are that no one knows what drugs can be found in your drinking water. Why is that? Well, nobody's looking. Most governments don't monitor water supplies to see if they contain drug residues, nor do they want anyone else to do this. But there seems to me little doubt that drinking water is now heavily contaminated with drug residues, and the long-term effect of all this is difficult to estimate. Minute amounts of antibiotics in drinking water can affect bacteria in many different ways. They can surely have a dramatic effect on the development of antibiotic-resistant organisms. There's not, as far as I know yet, any evidence showing a clear link between water pollution and problems such as fertility affecting human beings, but the absence of any such evidence may possibly be the result that, as far as I know, no one's done any research into it. The research would be very simple to do and it wouldn't cost a lot. Scientists would simply count the number of people with fertility problems or some other specific disorder who'd drunk recirculated water and then compare that figure with the incidence of fertility problems among people who'd drunk fresh spring or borehole water. But nobody seems to want to do that research. How are the drugs in your drinking water affecting your health? Is your daily cocktail of tranquilizers, antibiotics, hormones, steroids, chemotherapy drugs, heart drugs, painkillers and so on making you ill? How do all these drugs interact? Are they likely to be at least partly responsible for the increase in cancer? Are they affecting your immune system? Nobody knows. And no one in authority seems to know or want to know, as far as I can find out. Maybe they're frightened to discover the truth. Meanwhile, you'll be comforted and reassured to know that politicians around the world now drink bottled spring water at taxpayers' expense, bottled at source before it has too much chance of becoming contaminated. You won't see me anywhere other than here because I'm banned by all the mainstream media. I'm banned for the sin of having been proved right too many times about a whole range of contentious issues which have embarrassed governments, drug companies and so on. Ask the people you know to watch the videos or visit my website and let's spread some truths. Thanks for watching An Old Man in a Chair and thanks for all your support. I haven't...
Thank you.
Hi folks, well, so it continues. Yeah, I mean, there's so much news coming in, it's difficult to even know where to begin, you know. I could be doing 3 videos a day, I think. It's crazy, you know, it's happening so quick that, you know, you can record a video and by the time you've got it uploaded, it's old news and something else major has happened. It's just crazy. But, you know, the riots in the United States are definitely a focal point now. And that seems to be interesting, don't you think, the way they've flipped that? You're not really hearing much about COVID in the news anymore. You're hearing more about the riots. But beneath that, there's all the COVID stuff still happening. And, you know, the riots are a natural progression. I mean, civil unrest is a natural progression. This is what the United States wanted. And what the government wanted, what those forces that control things wanted anyway. When I say the United States, that's a pretty vague term. But, I mean, order out of chaos, folks. Order ab chaos, that's the plan. And, you know, these riots have been so contrived and they're so set up. I mean, I showed you on the last report that I did, and other people have showed you that there's been people dropping pallets of bricks around the place, just in riot-prone areas, in riot zones.
This right here?
Yeah, they put them there
this the setup.
They put them there on purpose,
Y'all know where we at.
You're finding these handy pallets of bricks there for you to smash things up. There was someone who actually filmed some cops dropping off a pallet of bricks, or at least unloading bricks from the back of a police car, a police wagon, and leaving on somewhere in the riot zone.
Are those fucking bricks? What the fuck are those?
Those look like bricks. Look, yeah, those are fucking bricks. What the fuck? They're collecting all of those bricks so that the protesters don't fucking use them, dude. That's what they're doing. Or they're doing that for undercover police officers that are getting involved in the protests so that they have an excuse to beat the shit out of people. So
that kind of blew them out that they were seeing that. We've seen police a few days ago. We saw police firing paint bombs at people simply standing on their balconies.
There's more. Look at this. They just keep coming.
Go inside! Get inside! Get inside! Get inside! Get in your house now! Let's go! Light them up! Go inside now! Get in the house!
Get in! Get in!
With Trump's speech the other day as well, before the speech was over, before the curfew was in place, you had police attacking people outside the White House, peaceful protesters. I guess they wanted the crowd to go away. They were also attacking an Australian Channel 7 news crew.
Let's go to Washington, D.C. Amelia Brace, you're outside the White House where Donald Trump is about to speak. It's getting a bit tense.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We've just had to run about a block as police moved in. We've been fired at with rubber bullets. My cameraman has been hit. We've also seen tear gas being used. Here we go. They're moving through again. This is exactly what it looks like. Exactly what it looks like. We're just staying safely.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh.
Amelia, can you hear us?
Amelia, are you okay? Or your cameraman? Hello, Amelia. The police just charged at Amelia and our 7 News cameraman there, and looks like a policeman just punched our cameraman.
Which is interesting because they're not discriminating between protesters and the media here. Amelia, can you hear us yet?
Heard us telling them that we were media, but they don't care. They're being indiscriminate at the moment. They chased us down that street, and as you see, they were firing these rubber bullets at everyone. There is tear gas, and now we are really surrounded by the police, and you really saw the way that they dealt with my cameraman Tim. They're quite violent, and they they do not care who they're targeting at the moment. And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, guys. So this curfew is set to come into effect in about 26 minutes time. So the tactic of the forces is that they basically move in this big circle. So all the people get stuck in the middle, and then when that curfew comes into effect, everyone here except us, because we are media, will be effectively breaking the law. So they can be arrested, they can be cleared out of this area.
So they're kind of showing that they're not really interested in even pretending they're friendly anymore. They kind of want to set up that atmosphere. They want to put the fear into people's minds and make people realise that, no, you can't stand against the police for any reason whatsoever. You can't stand against the government for any reason whatsoever. If we tell you not to be here, you can't be here. Doesn't even matter if you're a reporter reporting what we want you to report. You still can't be here. And we're prepared to get violent with you to make you move. I mean, pretty dramatic stuff, folks, but I think a lot of this is theatre. It may surprise the news reporters that it's happening. They seemed genuinely surprised that it was happening. But I think a lot of it is theatre to put that mindset into the minds of the people that, whoa, the government's out of control. We can't go pushing against these people. And also to provoke the patriots in there into really mounting some type of major civil war in the country. They want that. That's why they've got everything in place. And like I said, underneath all this is COVID, because that's the reason for the riots to begin with. I mean, people are totally stressed out from 3 months of lockdown. So they've staged this shooting, this killing of George Floyd, in order to push it over the edge and to flip the attention into race wars and racial killing and make it all about black versus white, divide the resistance against the system. And it's happening here in Australia as well. There was an Aboriginal man, a tribal man, young tribal kid who had his legs kicked out from underneath him and was brutalised by the police. And so again, they're trying to push that racial thing here in Australia and shift attention, because we've had major protests here in Australia as well. They've been very peaceful, but they're trying to shift attention away from, what the thing is really about and get it back to where they want, which is, divide and conquer. They want to divide the masses. But these riots have been fully set up, folks. There's people out there, even the people that are protesting George Floyd, they're out there, Black Lives Matter or whatever, even that is a controlled group. But people that are genuinely out there protesting the death of George Floyd aren't violent people. There's been a black woman was filming white people spraying Black Lives Matter on the building, and she's going, hey, we don't want you to do that. You're not doing that on our behalf. And they're basically telling her to go away. This is Antifa. These are agitators that are in there to turn this into a riot, paid agitators that have been sent there, probably paid by Soros or whatever, and or whoever. I mean, there'd be a lot of people, a lot of backers behind this, folks. But they're paid in there to go and create trouble. Dan Dix was harassed by some of them because he was in there filming. I mean, Dan Dix is a truther, and he was being harassed by white women, white feminists, who were claiming they were there because Black Lives Matter. And there's Dan Dix from Press the Truth trying to report the truth, and they chased him out of the area. Pretty dramatic stuff.
Get out of here! You are a disgusting excuse for a fucking human. What have I done? You are a racist man. Stop filming, you fuck! Stop filming! Stop filming! Stop filming! Back the fuck up! Stop filming! Why would I stop filming? What have I done? Stop filming! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Put your arm on me! Black Lives Matter! White supremacy! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Get out of here, you Nazi piece of shit! How do you figure I'm a Nazi? What have I done? You're not supporting any of them. I'm not touching them either. Really, you're out here blaming. What have I ever said or done that makes you think I'm a Nazi? Get out! What have you got? What have I said or done? Why? Get out! Either Black Lives Matter! Get out of here! He's not touching you. Don't need to touch me. What's the point? Like, what the fuck are you gaining? The fuck are you gaining?
He's a real journalist.
The fuck are you gaining, bro? The fuck? No fucking point. You're a fucking piece of shit, bro. Get the fuck out.
Why again am I a piece of shit?
Fuck, dude.
White people, let's make a path. get the police to get him out of here. White people make him hot. Okay, guys, just back up so they can get him out. Okay, back up so we can get him out. Okay, back up so we can get him out. Okay, back up so we can get him out.
It's just about keeping the peace.
Turn the camera off.
Hey, it's about keeping the peace. Fair enough? Fair enough? Can we walk out to Burrard Street, sir?
But like I said, folks, underneath all of this is the COVID situation still going on, and they're using the COVID tracing to now trace rioters and protesters. And the COVID tracing is very interesting, folks, how they've worked out this whole quarantine isolation thing. You know, they've basically, there was a woman who applied for the job as a contact tracer to go and see what it was all about. And in the lecture, she basically found out that this is a way of pretty well locking down anybody they want continuously. It's a way of locking down virtually the entire population, putting them in isolation forever. That's the way the contact tracing system works. She did a video. I'll give you just a couple of little snippets of it here.
What's going to happen is once you get a test that is positive, it goes to a tracer, and that tracer is going to do some research on you, find out a little bit about you, and give you a call. Now they're going to tell you that you tested positive and that you need to be isolated for a minimum of 10 days on the onset. And by isolation, I mean total isolation. Nobody near you, even your dog can't be there. So you cannot contact your pets, people, anybody in your family. You need to be completely isolated. Now, what that means is you could have to go into a hotel room. If you have no way of not sharing a bathroom or any space, they will check that out. So you'll have to show like video evidence if the conference is done via teleconference. Walk them around your house. Let them know that you have space to be isolated. Now the next is quarantine. Quarantine means I am healthy. I have no symptoms. I have not contracted the disease, but maybe for 14 days, they're going to check to make sure that I haven't. So that means again that I cannot leave my house. And as a contact tracer, I'm supposed to set you up with social services. So if you have kids, I have no one to care for them, we'll take your kids, we'll take care of that. If you need groceries, we'll do groceries, but you literally cannot be in contact with anybody and you cannot leave your house. Even if you're healthy, you are still quarantined not to be leaving the house. Unfortunately, you could be totally healthy, get out of quarantine, and guess what? Be at a restaurant, someone else in the vicinity has it, be quarantined again. So isolation and quarantine basically means the same thing, except quarantine is a little bit longer. If you're quarantined 14 days, what does this look like in normal time? Okay, so they're going to want to know, as a contact tracer, I call you up, I tell you you've become positive. We've looked at your house, do a video conference so you can show me that you have a place to isolate. And then I'm going to ask you, who did you come in contact with? And I'm going to tell you, if you tell me, oh, I don't know, I'm going to tell you to look at your phone and we can do it together and look at your social media and we'll figure out where you have been. And you need to make sure you know your movies, flight numbers, and anything with large venues. Now, some of the places, what they've already instituted now, or you have to put your contact information when you go to a restaurant, you go to a hair salon, any of those things, because that way they can track you. But you would say, I went to this movie or I went to this restaurant. Everybody who's at that restaurant would be contacted then by the contact tracer. So let's say, unfortunately, I got it. Well, guess what? My family would have to be quarantined and they have to be completely isolated from me. Let's say I was on a train. We were all sitting on the same cabin because I was getting to work and there was 10, 15 people on that train. All of them would need to be quarantined. I had gone to work. Everybody at work would need to be quarantined. I went to a restaurant after work. All of them would need to be quarantined. This doesn't make sense to quarantine the population in terms of you could get quarantined again and again and again. Even though you're healthy and never sick, you will not be allowed to leave your house. Now, you've been hearing that this is all voluntary. And basically you can read this. Request for voluntary quarantine. This is for somebody you're the legal guardian at. It tells you to go and remain at the address by the date and time. And then I love this. It is very important that you comply with this request for voluntary quarantine. Remember, I'm not sick. Nobody's sick. Your health and the health of others depend on it. If you do not comply with this request for voluntary quarantine, we may use a detention order enforced by the police to assure your compliance. That's the strangest voluntary request I've ever received. But you can see here, if you use a court order because someone is not following, they have non-compliance, you can be incarcerated and fined up to $2,000 per day. So remember, everybody that will be quarantined will be 14 days from the last contact. And there's no minimum times. This could be indefinite. When it comes to the greater good, your privacy is null and void. As soon as you get a positive test result, this goes directly to an electronic database. The isolation or quarantine can be mandated and enforced. And there's other health enforcements such as vaccines or requirements to take medicine because you cannot risk being infected and giving it to others.
When you're tested for COVID-19, you might assume that your test result will stay confidential with your doctor and the health department. After all, that's how it usually works with medical information, but we're living in unusual times. The Associated Press has revealed that across America, there's widespread sharing of medical information between health officials and law enforcement. Denver is doing it, so's El Paso County.
It is law enforcement specific information that is only in our computer-aided dispatch.
Jacqueline Kirby is with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. She says addresses are flagged identifying homes of people who have tested positive for COVID-19.
We get sensitive information all the time. We have cautions on addresses for a myriad of reasons, and this is just an additional layer of protection for our deputies.
A threat of a communicable disease outbreak or epidemic that threatens the public health, it gives them the rights to do this. Adopt and enforce regulations requiring strict or modified isolations or quarantine for any contagious infections or communicable diseases. Measures as necessary to ascertain the nature of disease and prevent its spread. It can take control of the body of any living person or the corpse of any deceased. It can quarantine, isolate, inspect, and disinfect persons, animal, houses, rooms, and other property. So based on what we have right now, I don't have any privacy rights. But how do these apps work? Well, let me share what they're doing in India. So India released an app and they said this is a voluntary app. You do not need to download it. However, get this. In order to go anywhere, you have to have the app. So if you want to get on a plane, you have to show the app that you are not under quarantine or isolation. You want to get into work, you have to show your app. You want to get on a train, you have to show your app. So they said, oh, it's voluntary because guess what? You couldn't go back to life without downloading the app. You might have noticed this on your iPhone the other day. This showed a software update. And if you didn't see it, you might have already got the automatic update. But basically it says this allows COVID-19 contact tracing apps to work. And you may not even have known it. It was a very quick little update, but it has already come to the United States. Recently, Google and Apple just gave out some information. I thought this was great. You can kind of see here how it works, that you can see that you're close to somebody and you get a notification that, uh-oh, you need to be quarantined. You were too close. Someone had it. And then listen to this. In this second phase in the coming months, this is really interesting. They're going to use Bluetooth in the first phase, but without requiring an app to be installed. If a match is detected, the user will be notified. And if the user has not already downloaded an official public health authority app, they will be prompted to download an official app and advised on next steps. You're not going to have a choice. They're telling you it's voluntary at this point, but so was social distancing. And then we got locked down in our house. So it is not voluntary. This is happening. And you need to be aware.
But the whole thing is below, and you should go and watch this video. It's a very eye-opening video. And, you know, that's what a lot of this is being set up for. And the riots actually make it all happen, you know. And like I said, the riots are fully staged. There was reports also coming out from Brian on High Impact Vlogs or High Impact Flicks, who was showing you protesters breaking out You know, thieves breaking out of a department store, somehow they'd been boarded in there. They're breaking out right in front of the cops. The cops did nothing. They ran straight past the cops with all this stolen clothing and everything. Riders across the street, the cops are just standing there doing nothing. Like I said, there's been films of them even leaving pallets of bricks around the place. So this whole thing is set up for destabilization so Trump could call in the military the way he's done. And, you know, when you look at Trump's speech and you look at how he's recategorizing any protesters as potential terrorists, it's not just protester groups like Antifa. Black Lives Matter will fall into that category as well. Anything that is an organized group will fall into that category, but it's also single protesters. These are being recategorized. Any protesters can now be recategorized as terrorists, and they can be taken off to the camps.
We will succeed, 100%. We will succeed. Our country always wins. That is why I am taking immediate presidential action to stop the violence and restore security and safety in America. I am mobilizing all available federal resources, civilian and military, to stop the rioting and looting, to end the destruction and arson, and to protect the rights of law-abiding Americans, including your Second Amendment rights. Therefore, the following measures are going into effect immediately. First, we are ending the riots and lawlessness that has spread throughout our country. We will end it now. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets. Mayors and governors must establish an overwhelming law enforcement presence until the violence has been quelled. If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them. I am also taking swift and decisive action to protect our great capital, Washington, D.C. What happened in this city last night was a total disgrace. As we speak, I am dispatching thousands and thousands of heavily armed soldiers, military personnel, and law enforcement officers to stop the rioting, looting, vandalism, assaults, and the wanton destruction of property. We are putting everybody on warning. Our 7 o'clock curfew will be strictly enforced. Those who threaten innocent life and property will be arrested, detained, and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I want the and others who are leading instigators of this violence.
There was a very revealing report by Clive Lewis from Ground Zero. Good on you, Clive. I've been on Clive's show in the past and he's doing good work. And I'm going to share it for you here because I think it's very important to see how these isolation camps are being set up. And when you tie all this in with Trump's speech, where this is really leading to.
In Washington state, which has been called Ground Zero for the COVID-19 outbreak, the state's leaders are preparing for a second round of infections with isolation camps being set up near correctional facilities and even a remote location in Goldendale, Washington. Recently, KIRO Channel 7 News in Seattle ran a report on a facility that was being set up near the Maple Lane Correctional Facility in Thurston County, which is about 22 miles from Olympia, the capital of Washington state.
At Maple Lane Corrections Facility, the state health department is already taking steps to potentially turn this into an isolation and quarantine site. They've set up 3 RVs, a white tent, and extra fencing in case more coronavirus cases pop up.
On a tip from Washington Representative Matthew Shea, we were told that in a remote area of Washington called Goldendale, there was a similar facility which certainly was quite out of the way. An isolation facility is there under lock and key. A huge gate blocks a road that leads to rows of trailers. They're available to house those with COVID-19. While many isolation facilities in Washington are either on or near hospitals and correctional facilities, this site is remote with a small airstrip to the east that can be used to fly in the infected. Can you imagine being taken from your home or taken somewhere, not knowing where you're going, and you land out here in the middle of nowhere in the country, and you're taken to a fairgrounds, an old abandoned fairgrounds where they have a watchtower. You saw the watchtower earlier. They have a little pillbox where they can watch you get admitted in and sign security papers. But so far, this is on the ready. While this facility is not considered secret, it's one of the lesser-known facilities in Washington state, and many people suspect it may house those who do not wish to comply with any lockdown rules for round 2 of the pandemic that many authorities are saying could happen now that areas are opening up again. The Klickitat County Emergency Operations Center says the facility is for first responders, healthcare workers, wildland firefighters, Klickitat County residents, and non-county residents temporarily working in the county. They claim that the service will be completely voluntary. However, with no services for miles, no cell phone service, and perhaps no cable TV, the question is why anyone would want to be housed at the facility that consists of RVs in a virtual no man's land. What is most disconcerting is that there are probably more of these camps that were first constructed for such military containment camp programs as REX-84, Cable Splicer, and Garden Plot. The details of Cable Splicer and its sister projects called Red Light and Deep Shield have been simultaneously being implemented for mass containment if needed in the middle of a state emergency. Garden Plot was actually the classified portion of the Cable Splicer program, where not only would combatants be detained, but there are also provisions for using chemical and silent direct energy weapons in order to shut down entire areas for control. If any civil disturbance by a resistance group, religious organization, or other persons considered to be nonconformists takes place, under Appendix 3 to Annex B of Plan 55-2, it hereby gives all federal forces total power over the situation if local and state authorities cannot put down said dissenters. Annex A, Section B of Operation Garden Plot defines tax protesters, militia groups, religious cults, and general anti-government dissenters as disruptive elements. This calls for deadly force to be used against any extremist or dissident perpetrating any and all forms of civil disorder. Under Section D, a presidential executive order will authorize and direct the Secretary of Defense to use the armed forces of the United States to restore order by any means necessary. This is what we may have to look forward to in the months ahead and years to come, unless we can find some way to regain control over our runaway government. The government has made no secret of its plans. It's chilling to think about, but it's not surprising. In many ways, this is just more of the same heavy-handed tactics we've been seeing in recent years, but with one major difference. This COVID-19 state of emergency has invested government officials and those who view their lives as more valuable than ours with a sanctimonious, self-righteous, arrogant, big brother knows best approach to top-down governing, and the fallout can be seen far and wide. It's an ugly, self-serving mindset that views the needs, lives, and rights of we the people as insignificant when compared to those in power. It's sad to think that if you want to defend your rights, there's a makeshift camp waiting to be used. At the moment, there's a row of RVs kept in a remote area of Washington state. Nearby is a secret airstrip which is perfect for transferring the sick and those who do not wish to participate in the new normal.
So yeah, folks, it's a pretty drastic sort of a future we're heading into. As I said, the borders between Queensland and New South Wales here are still closed. They've opened up a lot of borders here in Australia. They're relaxing the lockdown a lot, but they're still putting the social distancing in place, all preparing for the second wave, of course. And the second wave, you've got to understand, when you look at Event 201, this is an exercise. The whole thing is an exercise. The second wave very likely may be the release of some pathogen. Perhaps they'll spray it from the skies. Perhaps it could be anything that they're going to do. I would suspect a lot of the people who are getting tested maybe possibly have, contracted something. People who've had flu shots, But it's all about the vaccinations. They want to get us into that grid, and it's about complete isolation from here on in. They want people breeding, like I said on the last report, they've outlawed sex with anyone outside your household in the UK. That's an interesting thing to be doing. They want people isolated. What they're doing here as well, the schools have gone back. And with the schools going back, what this is really about, you've got to understand, like I said, this is an exercise that they're running. And with the schools going back, what they're really doing here, what they're engaged in is data collection. Whoops, wrong way. Data collection. The kids going back to school now, school's been back for a few weeks and it's got like 6 weeks left to go or something. For 70 minutes at the end of every day in New South Wales schools here, they're getting the kids to go through what they're calling the COVID project. And the kids have to write essays on what it was like at home, how they felt during the lockdown, how their parents reacted. They want to know all about the kids' parents, what they think about it, what the kids think about it, whether they enjoyed the Google classrooms. So it's all data collection. They want to get the kids to tell them, and they're making them act it out. They even want some kids to do school plays at the end of the semester, based on what it was like at home during the lockdown. So they want to know what everybody's families were thinking. They want to know how the kids handled it. They wanted to know how they liked the online schooling, what they think of social distancing. It's all data collection, because they need all this for the second wave so they can figure out how to play it a little bit better. They're gauging the reaction that they got, the amount of pushback that they got, which, it took a while for people to start pushing back, so they didn't really get a lot. But they're doing all that now. They're gauging all this and getting all the data collection happening now. So it's important to see how they're running this, folks. It is an exercise. And, there's a lot of people complaining about it, a lot of people pushing back. There's been a guy who said bringing common law back into it, Magna Carta. He said he's put the British Crown on notice, and that gives them till June 23rd. And after June 23rd, we have the legal right for lawful rebellion. There's a lot of people pushing that here as well. It's even just ordinary Australians speaking out about this and saying the government needs to be dissolved, because, in fact, the death rate for COVID-19 by the Australian government's own estimations and own records is actually 162 times lower than the death rate for the common seasonal flu.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Australians. As you know, recently, the Australian government has destroyed our economy and failed the Australian people, causing untold personal, economic, and psychological and physical suffering to all Australians for absolutely no reason. For a so-called flu-like disease, COVID-19, which with today's statistics from the Australian Government Health Department itself show that this so-called COVID-19 is 162 times less deadly. I repeat, 162 times less deadly than the common flu. This is a shocking revelation, highlighting the total incompetence of this Australian government and the fascist, draconian, idiotic, ill and unconsidered overreaction based on the Chinese model enacted by the fascist communist Chinese government in Wuhan, China, which is considered the most polluted place on planet Earth.
And for this death rate of 162 times lower than the seasonal flu, they have shut down our entire country. As you can see, many people are calling it an overreaction, but it isn't an overreaction, it's a planned reaction. People have to understand this. It's not about the virus. The virus was simply the trigger they needed to bring the lockdown into place. It's the lockdown that they wanted. The lockdown was always going to happen. They just had to figure out how to make it happen. They want to create a welfare state. They want to shut down the supply chains. They want to control people, folks, through crisis, and this is the best way to do it, through a medical crisis. When you look at some of the laws that have been brought in the United States and in this country as well, the steps the governments claim they can take in a medical emergency in order to protect other people, they can do just about anything, and you will be considered a danger to society if you don't comply. If you don't have your vaccination, they can take control of your body, alive or dead, whatever. It's all in their rubbish that they write down on paper and dare to call law. And they're doing that under the guise of a pandemic. All they've got to do is get the people to believe that the pandemic is real. And that's kind of what they've done with the media. The peacocks and the chickens come to visit. I don't know whether you can see them there, might be a little bit dark. There we go. Maybe they're coming into view. But yeah, there is a lot of pushback, folks, you know. Ordinary Australians saying that we need to dissolve the government, and that's what we need to do, whether it's through lawful rebellion. I mean, this might be a way if we can get enough people to understand how it works and get enough people to see that this is a scam. You know, everything they're doing is a scam, folks, and like I said, there's so much happening. I mean, I could bring you a report, you know, 2 or 3 times a day. It's ridiculous. And I've got so much to do. I've got so many emails to get through. I'm supposed to be preparing a presentation for Spain that they need to have last week, which I haven't even finished yet. So I've just got so much to do, folks. It's ridiculous. And I'm trying to stay on top of things and bring you information that I think you need to have as well. But look, Jeff Berwick's been knocking it out of the park with his reports. He's been doing some great reports. So has Brian from High Impact Flicks. I urge you to look at these reports. I also urge you to look, and I've mentioned it before, to James Corbett's documentary on Bill Gates. It's actually in 4 parts on YouTube, or you might actually be able to get the whole thing in 1 part somewhere. But it's really, really good, and it needs to be shared by people. There's been a huge pushback. You know, like I said, even here in Australia, by the government's own figures, it's 162 times lower than the seasonal flu, the death rate of this so-called virus. Sorry, folks, just picking things up. 162 times lower than the seasonal flu. I mean, that's pretty out of control when you think what they've done to, you know, to the country. Even if you're someone who believes the official narrative and believes that, you know, what they've done is good, even if you believe in the government, you believe in the pandemic, you believe the coronavirus is real. Well, you know, it's not that bad, folks. If the death rate is 162 times less than the seasonal flu, I can't see how anyone can see this country being locked down as being justified, even if you support the government. And frankly, I don't. I think they planned this whole thing from the beginning. But you know, I'll tell you folks, if you're in the United States, when you look at how this tracing program's going to work, people are going to end up in quarantine over and over again. I mean, you could be cleared, you could end up in quarantine for 2 weeks, then be cleared, then go to the supermarket, then end up back in quarantine because you went to the supermarket. So they're putting it into a situation where, you know, the only safe place you're going to be where you won't be in quarantine is to stay home, which is what they want you to do if you're in quarantine. So they're creating a win-win situation for themselves where they just basically get the world and everybody else has to stay inside. That's where they're heading with this, folks. And if you do want to go outside, you've got to be vaccinated. And if you're vaccinated, well, what are they putting in the vaccines? What, this neural mesh, this hydrogel? Where are they going with this, folks? We've got to understand that this is a scam. The whole thing's been a scam. Trump, everything he's done under the guise of protecting people, Trump has been a patriot stabilization program, a patriot pacification program. His whole approach has been to keep all the patriots sitting there doing nothing, believing that Trump's on your side. And there's people out there still that are saying, oh, this is the deep state doing this. You know, Trump's in there battling for us. You know, you're all in lockdown. He's just put the country under martial law. He's, you know, firing on peaceful protesters, even attacking news crews and all sorts of stuff, just to show you how serious this is. I mean, police marching past, shooting paint bombs at people and all the stuff they're doing. You seriously reckon this is still about taking down the deep state and rescuing the children from the sewers in New York? I mean, some of the disinformation that's been out there, folks, is profound. But, you know, this isn't going to go away. I'll be surprised if there's an election later in the year. I really will. I mean, I can't see how they... I don't even... You know, America's changed now. America's not going back to what it was. You know, these internment camps in Washington State, the stuff they're doing, you know, if you're living in the United States, you know, I think it might be a good time to think about moving. If it's, you know, even if you're able to do that anymore. But it's certainly going to hell in a handbasket pretty quickly. It just is. And I don't know how it's going to recover. I really don't. I don't know how, you know, if people don't wake up to what's happening, wake up to how they're being played, wake up to how this whole focus has been flipped with these so-called race riots. It's not about race. It's not about George Floyd. This was staged, so that's where the focus would be. They just flipped the focus away from COVID-19. But like I said, they're still rolling it out. They're still rolling out all this contact tracing. And think how many people they're going to be able to trace their contacts now. They've been out riding around the streets. Everyone's been so close together. I bet they've all had their cell phones on them. So they can track them with GPS. They're going to be able to lock so many people up with what's coming, folks. Things are going to get so crazy that, you haven't seen anything yet. And they're going to bring out the second wave. You watch. They'll bring out the second wave. And they're saying, well, it's not mandatory to have the contact tracing app. But you won't be able to get into any shops or do anything because we're mandating that they can't let anybody in. You've got to scan your QR code or whatever before you walk into supermarkets. That's the way they'll play it. So, yeah, pay attention, folks. Don't get distracted. Don't think that these riots have anything to do with George Floyd. Those that are protesting the death of George Floyd don't need to go and smash up shops. They don't need to burn cars. They don't need to do any of that sort of stuff. They don't need to destroy private property. They certainly don't need to be leaving pallets of bricks all around the place. And when you see how the police are reacting and how they're treating the people and how they're not treating the people, when they're not stepping in and stopping people, actually stopping real crime, being filmed, dropping pallets of bricks off, yeah. It's a scam, folks. You're being set up, As I've often said, that the best thing we could do is non-compliance. You don't need to occupy the streets. You just need to occupy yourself. Occupy yourself and you'll change the world in a day. If we could just see what a scam all this is and how contrived all this is and what a setup it's been. That speech that Trump made, he's literally going to invoke the Insurrection Act with that speech that he made. The Insurrection Act gives them an ability to basically arrest anyone they suspect of terrorism. And with the statements that he's made, any protester will be seen to be a terrorist. Under this legislation, if you don't submit to a test or a vaccination, if you simply don't comply because there's a health emergency, what they're calling a health emergency, you could be seen as a terrorist under this, and you'll simply be taken away to one of those camps like that one that Clive Lewis was showing us out in Washington State. A lot of people wondered what the FEMA camps were for, folks, and who was going to go in the FEMA camps. Well, now we know. Pay attention, folks. Stay positive. Start supporting the people around you. And as I said, folks, if you've got any way of getting out of the United States, I think now would be a good time. Because I cannot see how this is going to return to normal in any way. It's never going to go back to the way it was, that's for sure. It certainly wasn't really normal to begin with, was it? But there was some semblance of freedom. But I can't see how that is going to return with this whole fake pandemic. It's been quite a clever move, and they've virtually planned for every contingency. And when you see the way they're flipping the attention now onto these race riots and creating every means they need to put the military onto the street under the guise of protecting people and quelling dissent against the police, and the police are just pushing for more and more dissent. The way they're treating the news crews. You don't get that on television if they don't want the people to see it. They don't go and attack a camera crew if they don't want people to see it. They want you to think the police are completely heartless, that they're completely against you because they want you to fight back. They want you to smash up the infrastructure. They want you to make every city into a dangerous place. So you won't get the food trucks coming and you won't have any way to ever be able to turn things back to normal, and you'll be completely at the mercy of the state. So be careful how you're being played, folks. Well, I'm about to run out of battery, so I'm going to have to leave it there, but I'll bring you another report maybe later today or tomorrow, because like I said, there's so much news going on. Every time you record one of these and upload it, by the time you upload it, it's old news. It's happening that fast. And I've got a lot more I want to talk about. So I'll come back either later on or tomorrow and talk some more. I'd still like to get this Harry Vox video uploaded, this conversation we had the other day, but I've had some audio problems with it, so I'll see what I can do to fix that. And I'll get back to you on that. But I'll talk to you again soon, folks. Please take very good care until then. And like I said, folks, do not fall for the scam. Do not...
You definitely will want to share this one ASAP, because we've pretty much got the smoking gun on all this now. A Dollar Vigilante follower sent this to me, and I looked into it, and this is on the WHO's website for all the fact checkers out there. I'm just reporting what's on the, because we all love the World Health the World Health Organization, right? We all do, and Bill Gates is such a hero. He's trying to save us all. So I'm going to just put out what the World Health Organization said, and I'm going to put a link to their website. I'm going to highlight what they said, and so hopefully this doesn't get deleted. It'd be crazy, you know, if you're a YouTube fact checker working for basically the WHO, which is who we're totally supporting here. We're just showing their documents. And I know your YouTube CEO said that basically anything that goes against the World Health Organization will be taken down. This is like positive, factual information about the World Health Organization. So try not to delete it. So here it is. This is from the World Health Organization's website. Their document is called A World at Risk. It's an annual report on global preparedness for health emergencies. Oh, thanks. Thanks, World Health Organization. And they came out in September 2019, so 2019, so last year, before any of this happened. And you might notice a big thing that they like to use as an image for the coronavirus right on the front cover. And also, very interesting, a lot of people all wearing masks. Well, you can read through the whole document. We'll have the link down below. This is all factual information, fact checkers. And here's their progress indicators by September 2020. So these are the things they want to be already in process by September of this year. And one of the points says the United Nations, including WHO, conducts at least 2 system-wide training and simulation exercises, including one for covering the deliberate release of a lethal respiratory pathogen. An exercise. If you haven't been paying attention, anytime the government or any sort of government-related, in this case you can call it a sort of a crony capitalist controlled government sort of related organization like the WHO, whenever they say they're doing an exercise and they say where or when, run, get the F out of there. Every time it's the actual thing. This has happened countless times. Yeah, the real thing keeps happening every time they have an exercise. So here we have the World Health Organization saying they're going to run 2, notice that 2, same as Kill Bill Gates. He's referred numerous times as this is epidemic 1, and soon we're going to be coming out with epidemic 2.
Most of the work we're going to do to be ready for pandemic 2, I call this pandemic 1.
And it says right in the World Health Organization document that they plan to run 2 exercises during this year, as of right now, and they already have started the first one. And as we can see, it basically is an exercise. It's mostly an exercise in misinformation and propaganda, which puts out all kinds of scary stuff that gets the whole world scared, even though there isn't really an actual epidemic. A few days ago, the Health Organization had like a fundraiser, and it was all, I don't watch any of their stuff. It's all disgusting. But apparently all the world's misleaders is what they are, Everything's the opposite of what they say it is. All pledged. And it looks like they read off the exact same script, the exact same things. And then they all gave Bill Gates, Kill Bill Gates, $8 billion that wasn't theirs, actually. No, it's so nice to pledge stuff that isn't yours. It's money stolen from the people in their area, extorted. And Bill got $8 billion. Nice job, Bill. Wow, that investment of like $1 billion or so that you put into all this stuff's already paid off eightfold. And as soon as those vaccines are ready, holy cow, 7 billion vaccines every year or twice a year, I think you even said once. That's going to be hundreds of billions of dollars. You're going to like triple your net worth in the next year or two. Amazing, amazing little scheme you got there, Kill. So here's the pledges of the misleaders. And it's, look at them all reading off their script, the exact same thing.
Better diagnostics, treatments, and a safe and effective vaccine.
COVID-19 diagnostics, therapeutics and vaccines.
Largement du développement et du déploiement rapide de diagnostics, vaccins et traitements efficaces.
Universal access to vaccination, treatment and diagnostics.
Equitable access to new COVID diagnostics, therapeutics and vaccine.
We must all work together on improving diagnostics, accelerating therapies, and ultimately developing a vaccine.
We need to make vaccines, treatment, and diagnostics accessible to everyone.
Vaccines, treatments, and diagnosis will be the most effective way to do it.
We need new diagnostics, vaccines, treatments, and an equal distribution to all.
On equitable access to diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines.
And affordability of the vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics.
In order to develop adequate treatments and vaccine.
It must just all be a coincidence. They must all just have coincidentally thought of the exact same things to say. And of course, Kill Bill, he's doing great. He's doubled his net worth in like the last 10 or 15 years.
You've invested $10 billion in vaccinations over the last 2 decades, and you figured out the return on investment for that, and it kind of stunned me. Can you walk us through the math?
Over a 20-to-1 return. So if you just look at the economic benefits, that's a pretty strong number compared to anything else.
I think the numbers that you ran through were if you had put that money into an S&P 500 and reinvested the dividends, you'd come up with something like $17 billion, but you think it's $200 billion.
Here, yeah.
Even during this whole thing, his net worth went up, and it basically just went up another $8 billion with those pledges from you that were stolen from you that were given to Kill Bill as they read the script given to them by Bill Gates.
All right, I gotta go, but I'll be back. I'll be around. Anybody here? Lev's here.
Yeah,
Okay.
man.
All right, man. Hold it down.
Cool.
Pretty good information there, man. I think that one. We'll see if it happens again, man. But I played that video and I think one other, and was hanging out with Dave, New Perspective, and then I got like, it just shut my stream down. Just shut it down. Boom. So
It's difficult. It's difficult to say whether it's an exercise or not. You know, like it does look like information gathering. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of questions like I've been asked like really early actually, like 3 weeks into it for a phone call from college, like saying like, how are you coping with it and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, you can't go to class, so that's not very good, is it? But you know what I mean. But
wow.
Yeah, it's difficult to say because it's like, if he's going to put out military out, it's almost like why not do what he was going to do anyway?
Mm-hmm.
In a sense, why does it need to be an exercise? It's almost like make people believe it's an exercise and then go through with it. I suppose it depends on the people. If the people react like it's just an exercise, they might go through with it. But
yeah.
I don't know if people have a stronger reaction towards it. They might think we need to wait. You know what I mean? And then when we have a second wave, and then we can go for it, like Max Egan was saying.
Yep. Fuck me. Fuck us. Shit, this is so fucked up. Hey, Alex, I sent you the invite. Hope you got it. What's up, Lander?
Hey, Kenny. Hey, Lev.
Hey, Lander.
How's it going, man?
How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm doing good. Hope you guys are. Yeah, there's some crazy shit going on. Huh?
Oh, my. Oh, my. Yeah. Iron FE, man. I think you have the invite, too. I'm not sure, man. Anybody wants a link, my email's in the description. Hit me up. I'm kind of around today. I'm doing some housework, so I'm listening, dropping in. I'll come in for a smoke here and there, but I gotta get some shit done around here before it gets 180 degrees today. So I'm listening. Got my ears in. Play anything you want. I don't care. Take the channel out. I don't give a shit.
Just gonna hang out for a little bit. I got.
We'll just fire up another channel.
It's all good, man. Fuckers.
Fuck them, man. I don't play.
Check this out.
Go ahead.
My girlfriend, right? She I don't know. She just went to some website where we work out of home, whatever, and they offer up different jobs. And I don't know. I guess they sent her a notice this morning. If you're interested, you could get a job censoring news, basically looking for fake news stories on coronavirus. You can get paid for that shit.
What?
Yeah. It's like a job offer. Work at home, get paid to find fake news stories and report them.
Oh my.
I told her, well, you could sign up for the job, man. You could just report CBS, NBC, Fox News. They're all fake news.
That's
so
right.
That's easy enough.
I don't think that's what they're looking for. They're more looking for guys like me and you.
Yeah, probably get fired in 5 minutes.
All right, I gotta go, but you guys make it real, man. All right, Alex, cool. Got your message. Hope to jump on later. All right, gotta beat the heat, man. I'll be back. Cheers.
Cheers. My mic, all right, love?
I don't. Hey?
Is my mic okay? Is my staticky or anything?
Yeah, there's a bit of static feedback, but yeah. I can hear you.
I'm sitting close to my fan. Got my air filter running.
I don't see us as fake news, you know what I mean, this channel and stuff. Like, it's more like we hear the news and then we talk about it. You know what I mean? Right. We speculate what we think about it and we try to cover every area and stuff. So it's definitely not fake news that we produce. If we're going around and saying that, I don't know, I've got to make something up now to create something fake. But,
yeah, I don't know. I guess
if we're doing stuff like that, then that'd be different. But
yeah, no, I don't know what that job offer was, but I mean, basically that's what it was. I don't know if they wanted you to scour the internet and just report anything Had to do with coronavirus. Strange though, basically. I don't know, I guess it's a form of find places to be censored or whatever. Crazy. I guess that's what I guess the economy is turning into. It's all just information is the economy, because there's no real economy. I don't fucking know. So I don't know what the hell it's like. Everything's fucking bizarro. I remember when people used to manufacture things, make or grow food, farmers and manufacture, and that used to be the economy. Now it's just people snitching on each other, fixing broken windows, or I don't know what. Looting. I don't know, is that a job? What the fuck? I think the news kind of inflames all the riots and looting too, because it could be like just in little spotted areas and stuff, and a lot of it could be staged, because Soros is paying people to go and protest, and there's agitators getting paid to go and agitate, and then there's other people getting paid to break windows, and looters, and probably just fall right into it. Hey, free stuff, whatever. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's all planned out. It's made to happen. Kill the economy. Eventually, we'll all be sweeping each other's doorsteps, right? That'll be the economy. Sweep up the glass, broken glass for each other. I don't know. It's like craziness, man. Well, I don't know. It seems to me they just want us all to die, and then that's the end game, the goal.
Just kill everybody.
Yeah, or with vaccines, probably is the easiest way to do it. Get a good majority of them. Other people get rounded up. Whatever, man.
It's that complete control that they want, like having everybody chipped and all that kind of stuff. Like, I think the vaccine kind of subdues you a lot, and it will make you ill in the long term. Like, it'll take longevity away from you. Like Alzheimer's and all those kind of things. But potentially, it's like New World Order aspect of things. You know what I mean? Like, and also, that spiritual aspect of things. Officers and stuff like about what's going to happen with there's going to be a false savior and then a savior or whatever and stuff like that. Or the ascension thing, you know what I mean? It's going to like, with the ascension, they don't want people waking up, do they? You know what I mean? And people are waking up. So,
kind of like,
like that's like a reason for them to kind of come down the power.
They'll give you a false hero one way or another, right? Somebody's they always got to have a false hero to come and step in and save the people and start the new normal, the whole order out of chaos thing, right? I don't know, man. I don't know what their goal is, but it just seems to me like they just want to kill everybody. Well, not everybody, because they need some slaves. So, just a good majority of people.
It took advantage of everybody whilst we had whilst we've got lots of people in that kind of sense. Like if loads of people are going to die, you know what I mean? If they're going to go at like Georgia Guide thing, with only 500 million left and stuff like. Then they just took advantage of everybody, haven't they? You know what I mean? Allowed people to build a machine which is trapping us, kind of thing. Which, if you mentioned that 10 years ago, or longer and stuff like, that's crazy talk, isn't it? But But not so much now. So it's like they've shown behind them. You know what I mean? They've shown what their intentions are and stuff like that. And I don't think one side of me thinks that they don't care like about that. Like, you know, it's like let them see, because that kind of it pushes people into the direction that they want us to go. You know, I don't know. We've probably got every angle covered in a sense, or most angles. I think there's an opening somewhere. You know what I mean? There's a way to get through it in a sense. But that'll come at the right time, I suppose. I don't know. There's no like certainty in future and stuff, is there? But you've got to have like an optimistic idea about it. You know, like expectation and stuff like that is.
I think I know what you're talking about.
I was like laws of attraction and all that kind of stuff. Like it's kind of like you,
like if you will it to happen, you can somehow make it happen, or follow that will, you can make it happen. Like,
yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Like to at least have the intention for a better outcome. Because otherwise, if you just go into it like, oh, we're doomed, there's no we can do, and all that kind of stuff, then we probably won't get an opportunity to do anything because of that mindset. You know?
Right. Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah, I hear you. It's like if people started thinking positively and talking positively and aiming positively, we get to a positive place, but vice versa, right? On the other hand, right.
It's like the most positive that we can be and act throughout this, the less that they can incriminate us for. You know what I mean? Like they're having to stage things, aren't they? You know what I mean? It's like if they wanted the people to react how they really wanted them to react, they wouldn't have to put bricks in the street for people. You know what I mean? Or hire people to smash shops up and all that kind of stuff. It'd just be done. But the people haven't reacted in that kind of way. I think like people have got more sense nowadays.
Yeah, because a lot of the activity is staged. You know, most people just want to go to work and go home and enjoy their lives and do their thing. And then there's those stage activity in the cities, you know, in the metropolitan areas, and then they'll put it on the news, and people think this is everywhere, and it's not everywhere. Like in my town, there's nothing like that going on. I live in the woods, and there's, you know, things are normal here. You know, I'm sure there's lots of places like this. Most 90% of the places are just normal. 95%, whatever. It's just they'll take like the small, you know, they'll stage activity in the cities, and then they'll put it on the news, and they'll just put it out there, and everybody thinks, because they're seeing it over and over again on the news, that this is the way things are everywhere, and it's not like that. So.
Not everybody believes in news anymore, do they? But there's still a good portion there, I suppose.
Yeah, I think a lot of people still go right along with it, as far as I know. Just from people I talk to, I mean, a lot of people just believe what they see on the news. It's true. Unfortunately, because, like I said earlier, that's where the fake news is. You know, just look at NBC, ABC, CBS, all of them, Fox, all of it. New York Times, Washington Post, all of it. I mean, you can go down the list, right? All mainstream media. They all work for the same team. It's like wrestling, you know. Different points of view in the same team. Left wing, right wing, nonsense. Blacks against whites, or Mexicans, or whatever, man. They just go down the list, you know, and just keep dividing everybody That's their job. They don't have a problem with it. That's the thing that puzzles me is like, how can they not even see what they're doing, or they don't care, or they just don't see it? I don't know. I don't know anybody else's, what their intentions are, or what their thoughts are. So, but the things they do, it makes you wonder, how the fuck can they even be in that situation? Like, don't they see what they're doing? I don't. I think a lot of them just don't see it. They're brainwashed.
If propaganda ceased to exist, like suddenly you couldn't send radio waves and TV signals for some reason, would that stop them in their tracks, kind of thing? You know what I mean? They seem to need it. They seem to use it so much that it seems to be necessary, you know? And it's like, if everybody just stopped watching news in one sense, then they're not going to be buying into what they want them to do, stuff like that. I suppose they could just send military around if everyone would just ignore it, like, force a vaccine into people, not even, without any pandemic.
It's like, for years there was war on marijuana. It's like all those years, like, you go back to early 1900s and there's no laws against marijuana or whatever. And then I don't know what year it was when they came out with the marijuana laws and made them illegal, and the propaganda told everybody how bad it was. And it's like all those years before that, nobody cared, but then they made it into a big thing, and with the propaganda and turn it into a war on a plant, or a war on someone using medicine in their own way and on their own body. That was a war on that. Then they came out with the vaccines at the same time. It's like they can tell you can't smoke pot, but they can force a vaccine on you, whether you like it or not. It's like the whole thing is just upside down. So it's all about control in the end. Control people, make them do what they want them to do, whether they like it or not. They'd rather you do it voluntarily. They'd rather people line up for a vaccine than they have to go out there or force you to take it so you can go to work, or you can't shop, you can't go to work, you can't do anything until you take your vaccine. So they'd rather people just beg for the vaccine. Even like military on the streets right now. So now we got military on the streets. They set it up. They set it up so people want military. 10 years ago, people would be like, hell no, I don't want. Or even 6 months ago, people would be like, I don't want military on the streets. That's wrong. It's not supposed to be like that. They can make you want
it. It's surprising that the military would go along with it, every individual that's taken part of that, Yeah.
Well, they gotta have some conflict in their thoughts, at least. Or they think they're doing the right thing, too. Because people are out there looting and rioting and burning down buildings or whatever. The people in the military are like, well, this is our job, National Guard, and we're going to have to go out there and protect the streets. And that's their job. That is their job. And even like Trump said, if the governors don't call in the National Guard, he's going to send out the military. So, like the National Guard, that's their job is to do that. I mean, not just that, not just in case of, civil emergency, any civil emergency, whatever it is, that's their job. Hurricanes or whatever, things like that. Just protect the populace. I don't know. Watching the shit unfold.
We kind of believe like the military's kind of turned against the government. You know, I mean, like through it suddenly and like realizing that, occupying the people is insane. You know what I mean? Why are they doing that? Aren't the military going to like question what they're doing and stuff? Haven't they seen any truth of videos or, you know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing. Like right now, the military, they're not being told to go take away people's guns or occupy houses or anything. But I mean, what they're doing is totally legal. I don't know. Basically, just keep the streets from going into chaos. This National Guard is supposed to be under the governor's orders. I was confused a few years ago when they started sending the National Guard overseas because that's not their job. They're supposed to be under governors to protect the streets or just the populace in general. Not just from civil disobedience, but from other things, any threat. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't see why at this point why anybody who is in the National Guard would have any problems with what they're doing. So I think most people wouldn't either. I think maybe if it started turning into where they start going door to door and taking people's guns or whatever, that kind of shit they're not supposed to be doing. So as long as they're staying within their job, their purview or whatever you call it, their stated goals, I think everything's okay. At least in their position, I don't see why anybody would have a problem with it from their side. I don't know, man. It's just a shame, it's happening. See people just getting involved. That's why even like just the peaceful protesters, to me, they're just kind of like enablers, at this point, going along with that nonsense. It's like they can go out there in groups and say, oh, well, we're peaceful. Well, yeah, you're peaceful. Great, but you see what's happening? It's like you're going out and you're peacefully protesting. Meanwhile, you got agitators, paid agitators, doing what they're doing. So why would you want to be even involved, So you're just part of it, at that point. Got to be a point where you just don't want, you're not going to get involved. You're not going to, just go home. Fuck it. Just everybody fucking go home. Go back to work. I still think the whole thing was set up and staged. It has to do with the rulers just trying to put everybody into your own prison cell in your own home. Your home becomes your prison cell, basically. Personally, I like being home. I'd rather be home than anywhere else, personally. If I had to go to work and all that, and I lost my job because of all this nonsense, I wouldn't be very happy. If I had a business and my business was lost because of all this nonsense, yeah, I wouldn't be very happy.
I'm not happy with it anyway. You know what I mean? Even without having like a business or whatever, it's kind of like I don't know. It's like the threateners and that kind of something. They're showing what they're wanting to do and stuff, and that's not like in our best interest. If it were, they wouldn't have to worry about it. They wouldn't have to cause this uproar and all that kind of thing. They just tell us what they're going to do and say, "Are you on board or what?" And everybody would be like, "Yay!" You know what I mean? But it's obviously got, a sinister background to it that they don't want to let on to us. Despite what they've already shown. I've got some friends which
What's that?
Start to get hostile, even if I bring up the idea that there's any form of deception going on.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Hostile to defend it. Not like, not going to knock your fat on me out, but...
Yeah, like people get offended, like, if you say that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and they get, like, highly defensive, you know what I mean? They're not going to take anything, you know what I mean? It's like, no, the government tells us exactly what's going on. They're straight with us. We're at their best interest. They can trust them wholeheartedly and all that kind of thing. And I'm crazy for thinking anything against it.
Yeah.
It's crazy, like.
It is crazy. Most people who I know, they already know me to be the way I am. I just doubt everything I see. It's like just skeptical. Anything from the government or television, I'm highly skeptical right off the bat. So, whatever I say, they're already expecting it, even though they don't agree with it. A lot of people, don't agree with it, but at least they know my feelings on these things. They don't fuck with me. I don't fuck with them. I don't try to push anything on anybody either, So, hey, you could think whatever you want. I could think what I want. Good enough. Tell you what, though, I moved out of the city. Over 6 years ago. I wanted to leave even longer than that. Like 12 years ago, I wanted to get the hell out of the city, whatever. But, it takes time to actually do it. Mostly because I could just see where things were headed. So I could see things going downhill fast. Said to myself, it's a good time to get the fuck out of here. Just go. I get it. I don't want to be around that shit. People acting stupid. I don't know. Is there any other news going on besides protesters and viruses and all that nonsense.
I've been listening to a guy called Jiddu Krishnamurti. Like a Hindu philosopher kind of thing. I kind of think like the spiritual kind of side of things, like I'm willing to put a lot of research and development into that, and you know what I mean, there's all this crap going on, but there should be that kind of side of things as well. I kind of think that's like the thing which will oppose what we're going through somehow.
Yeah. Well, it would make sense if everyone kind of just looked inwards or whatever, into their spiritualness or whatever. And
that's wherever people get the power from, in the sense of becoming independent, free thinkers, critical thought, all that kind of stuff. And it comes from your own spiritual development, doesn't it? So
yeah, get in tune with nature.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, at least for me, like nature is like a big thing. I don't know, it's like being around it. It's like I'd rather deal with animals, whatever, looking out my window and seeing animals rather than people. That's to me, or trees, or any plant, any of it. To me, that's. I'd rather I'd rather be there. You know. Sometimes you just gotta tune everything out. Don't even listen to the news. Just forget about it. Take a walk and shift your mind, to another place.
I keep thinking about those dreams that I had about like being in a place full of nature, kind of thing, like in a jungle, and it's like, as naturist as you can imagine it now. As naturist. but then like you'd come across this like massive pipe going through jungle or whatever, and that's like symbolic of the opposite of nature. And as you're going through these dreams, it becomes more prominent, and then the jungle becomes less and stuff like that. And it shows you people like autonomously building these structures and stuff like, and I mean, it's kind of like, that's like the war between light versus dark in a sense. And but we experience it here as well. I mean, that is what's going on here. There's nature, and then there's concrete jungles. And it's devoid of nature and all that kind of thing. And it's like those patterns you get in nature, Fibonacci spiral and all sorts of different things and stuff. But I think like being surrounded by stuff like that, it kind of connects you to that spiritual aspect of things.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a Hindu symbol called the Sri Yantra, and Tesla used to say that he used to be able to see it. He used to come into his vision. He used to like through his third eye or whatever and stuff like that. But I think he used to see it, and then he discovered what it were later. I mean, it's like, oh, I recognise that symbol once he saw it on a mantra or whatever and stuff. Mandela, sorry. Hello?
Yeah, no, I was just listening, man.
All right.
I'm not familiar with the symbol you're talking about, but I understand what you're saying.
It's like, imagine like about 5 or 6 triangles within each other, so they're getting smaller, but then they're overlapping on the tip of it.
Sorry,
and then
I
you
don't
put.
know if it's on my end, but I'm having a hard time hearing you. It's like robot. I'm going to mute my mic while I listen.
Oh. Yeah, it's like imagine like triangles, like overlapping each other, but the other triangles are getting smaller. Say about 5 of them, and then the tips which are overlapping, you have some upside down triangles overlapping them, and then that's pretty much your pattern. It's kind of a reflection of the other one. It means the great machine, which is a bit, it's supposed to be the most
Yeah, sorry,
like
Lev.
primordial.
It's totally roboting. I can't hear you.
I'm just roboting. That's isn't it?
Just hearing noises at this point.
I'll draft and come back. Oh, is that any better?
Yeah, that sounds better already, I think.
Right, you're roboting a bit now. I think it's alright though. Just did a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not getting robotic noises. Yeah, you're explaining the symbol. I couldn't even hear what you were saying. You got to that point, you started explaining it, and then just robot noises after that.
Yeah, it's like a overlapping triangles. Like you got about 5 standing up, and then at the tip of it, that's where the crossover. And you've got 5 upside down, but they're kind of getting smaller. And the other ones so they're like within each other and stuff. I'll bring it up.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
I'll put it in, and then I'll just put it in this thing. I know you're in there, but you don't confuse it.
Yeah, you're totally cutting out now, Lev.
I'm just cutting in and out.
You're totally cutting out. I just can only hear little bits and pieces when you talk.
sometimes it just takes time to clear up, like connection, kind of thing like that.
Yeah, I hear you can find now. It's weird. Nice day out here. Finally got some rain. It was like dry as fuck for weeks. Hot and dry.
Yeah, it's been raining this morning. Most of the day. Dry enough now. Still cloudy though.
The squirrels are crazy. Chipmunks, squirrels, turkeys. Got my hummingbird feeder set up. I did some gardening yesterday. Got my tomato plants and peppers in the ground.
I'm growing some apple trees. Well, I'm not that growing yet, but I've got seeds ready, kind of thing. Like, so once they sprout, I'll get them established. I don't know. I might end up keeping them for a year and then run out. Or it just depends. I might produce enough to put a few out anyway.
Yeah. I got like 32 tomato plants. It'll last like those tomatoes go all till next year. Sauce. Not a big deal, but it's nice having fresh food, you know. Tomatoes, peppers, I'll do onions, carrots, potatoes, corn, broccoli, peas and beans. I don't know, not too much else really. Maybe some garlic.
I've got a chili plant as well. That would.
Yeah, so I got the chili peppers, jalapenos, or banana peppers, whatever, hot peppers. Maybe I'll do some sunflowers. One year I did like a whole patch of sunflowers. Had about like a few hundred, like 200-300 sunflowers growing in a patch.
Let's look for this right here.
Over 11,000 patients. We are now fairly confident, not having seen any differences in mortality. The data safety monitoring committees of both Solidarity and Recovery have
and not only that, on the 6th day he formed flesh, and not only that, June, like I said,
I try to stay away from the news for my mental, because sometimes it's hard to see a bunch of things on that little.
How do you come to them and say, no, I
You're muted, biatch. Yeah.
Sound check.
Hey, dude.
Now I'm fucking gonna get fucking pissed.
What's that?
Sound check. All right. People are complaining there's no sound. Well, there's nobody on panel, so no sound, no panel. I didn't. Okay. That was that.
You've got
all right.
There's
Back
like
to work.
process videos on
Okay.
Steam and the
to totally bring about a mutation in what is. And to go into that, to go into this question of bringing about the total revolution in what is, one must have an extraordinary sense of awareness. To be aware what it means. To be aware of the trees, of the blue sky through the trees, of those hills beyond.
The speaker is Krishnamurti. He is a man who cannot be placed in a simple category like philosopher or religious leader. He is, however, one of the more challenging and creative men of our time. Born in South India in 1890 and educated in England, he has followed a singular and original path of thought free of factionalism and dogma. This is the first of 8 half-hour programs, and the first time that Krishnamurti has allowed his talk and private conversations to be filmed. The principal settings are the Oak Grove in Ojai, California, and the Thatcher School in the Ojai. Ideas explored in this series range from what Krishnamurti calls the present crisis in consciousness to an examination of war, violence, love, pleasure and pain, the aging of the body, and death.
We were saying how very important it is to bring about in the human mind a radical revolution. The crisis, and there are always crises in the world, especially now, it seems to me, is a crisis in consciousness. Crisis that cannot anymore accept the old norm, the old pattern, the ancient tradition, a particular way of life, whether it's the American way or the European way or the Asiatic way. And considering what the world is now, with all the misery, conflict, destructive brutality, aggression, tremendous advancement in technology, and so on, it seems to me though man has cultivated the external world and has more or less mastered it, inwardly is still as he was. A great deal of animal in him is still brutal, violent, aggressive, acquisitive, competitive, and he has built a society along this line. What do you think is happening to the whole medical? With the automation, with electronic brains, you know what I mean? The whole setup. What is happening and where are they going? You understand?
I think an increasing number of them are beginning to ask themselves the question whether or not there may be alternative forms of human behavior. Because they
and what do they do? Because by then, after asking questions and all the rest of it, they're almost finished. They're ready for the grave. And in the phenomena there is the sense here. Oh my goodness. The production is more perhaps than today. lectures, really don't know where you're from. You have to talk over together. If you can ask the question from a state of mind or brain that is holistic, that sees, comprehends, or perception of the whole human problem, not just one particular problem, but all problems are related to each other. There is no one separate problem disassociated from the other. If that is so, then to ask a question or to face a problem from an integrated outlook. Most of us are fragmented, broken up. Business, religious, family life, sexual life, religious life, and so on and so on. We're all not a holistic, whole human being, which is a fact. We look at life from a particular point of view, from a conclusion, or from some idealistic concept. These are all fragmented outlook on life. Right? We are talking things all together. And can we ask it or face a problem from a wholly different outlook, which is not fragmented at all. Yes, we meeting them. We just thought of it as we came across the law. Yeah. Whether we ask any question, we face any problem holistically, it would don't mind using that word. No one has just so-called scientific word, but we can, I hope the scientists will forgive us to use that word. From a point of total integrity and also dollar interest is the way. Is it possible, recognizing that we are fragmented, broken up, divided in ourselves, contradictory?
Hey, man, how you doing?
What's up?
Yo.
Trying to finish up breakfast, man.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
You got your watch page on?
Yeah, hold on, my bad. Let me mute it. Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm muted now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I think people in the chat room are complaining that the stream is muted, man. I don't know what's going on. I was listening. I was muted. The stream was muted for me too, man. And then the volume came back, and I don't know, it's weird. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get Kenny to email me because I have a new email address, and I'm trying to test this computer that I have, but I don't know. It's not going so well. I'll figure it out eventually. What kind of computer do you have left? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's just a desktop.
Yeah, but what is it? Desktop what operating system do you have?
I don't know.
Is it an Apple?
It was
HP?
8 years ago. I just played games on it.
And play games in it?
It's quite old now, though. You know, I mean, I could do a new one now.
Is it all-in-one? Is it a all-in-one desktop?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's added things to it and stuff like memory or RAM or whatever and stuff like.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, it's dated now. Not special, I don't.
Yeah, but so you don't know if you have Windows 10? Excuse me.
Oh, Windows 7 of mine.
Windows 7. Yeah, no, I have Windows 10, but I just got this. I'm trying to get used to Windows 10. I'm barely getting used to it, and I'm trying to join the call or the panel on my desktop, but I've been emailing Kenny with my new email, but he hasn't replied. It's weird. I might have to just get the link from the email he sent me on my other email and try that. I don't know if the link is there.
I don't know what it is at the moment. Like, I'll be knocking about though, so, you know what I mean? When he's back.
Yeah, it's confusing. Weird, man. Join me. Join a meeting, enter the meeting. I'm gonna try that now. Huh?
I didn't say it.
I can't hear you.
I didn't say it.
I'm just tripping over here. Don't come in.
I'm moving around, making a grill and stuff.
I think that's it. Damn it, that's not what it is. I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Yo, what up? How's it going?
I prefer the other account.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear
That
me?
might be better.
Huh?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Am I
how you
loud
doing?
or am I, do I need to turn my volume up or something? I'm testing this. This is my first time using desktop to join the panel. I usually use my phone, but just testing
Have you got a
shit out.
headset and computer?
No, what's that?
You've got a headset plugged into computer. Like, how is it?
Yeah.
The same earphones to your phone. You sound different, that's all. There's like a bit of a ring in the background, like a bit of an echo.
Oh, yeah?
Not a proper echo.
Why is that? I can't. Let me pull out.
It is a form of echo, though.
Huh? Wait, sorry. You might have to bear with me, dude, because this is just a test that I'm using.
Like a high pitched ring.
And sorry if you can hear my room and a child music. Chat people. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to get used to this fucking computer, man. I don't know, man. Just testing. I can't even pull out the chat right now. I'm trying to do that. Turn on. Turn on captions. Change layout. Settings. Speaker. Test. Audio. Test one, man. Bear with us. How do I pull out the chat? Trying to pull up the chat, my bad. Microphone. Home is smaller. Make this smaller. Try.
Yeah, audio is bad.
Audio's bad?
It sounds a bit better there, but it was bad.
Yeah, I need a
feedback with me as well.
Yeah, it's probably because I need my headphones on, and also I need a mic. Yeah, so that's what I need to work on. But just wanted to test this real quick. But I also want to pull out the chat. How do I pull out the chat?
Are you on a laptop or desktop?
Desktop.
Desktop.
It's an all-in-one desktop.
You can put your what's it called? Your phone earphones into speakers.
Phones.
Or into desktop itself.
Let me see. Yeah. Great, all right. I'm gonna try something different right now.
Can you hear me? Wow, that's an echo. Do you have?
Yeah, that, yeah.
How is? Do I have an echo?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm testing this.
Yeah.
Bad. Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awkward, man. I don't know how that echo. I got that echo. Strange.
Because of, I think it because you have both accounts on. Somehow reading through each other.
Like when I'll have a stream on my phone and desktop at the same time. I don't know if that's the best thing.
No.
So I just turned it off.
Is that your watch tape?
Having technical difficulties. Sorry about that. Trying to figure this out, but I think I might have to take some tutorials. It works as my right now I don't have like a mic. Only mic I'm using is the one that's built in on the desktop, but I don't have like an actual mic.
Why you want to go to desktop?
Huh?
Why not just stay on your phone? Why not just stay on your phone?
But I need phone.
Why not just stay on your phone? Why go to a desktop? Why are you doing that kind of change?
Oh, because I just feel like it, man. Because in case I want to share something on, like last time, Kenny was like, "Hey, nobody can share anything. Nobody wants to come and share anything." So just in case when like somebody wants, it's boring or whatever, like I want to share whatever video, flat Earth video or whatever video I think is important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for presenting, screen sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And stuff like that. Maybe do my own live streams once in a while. I don't know, man. I just want to change things up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But I'm testing this shit out. This is my first time going live. Being on a live panel from the desktop. But it's I'm having technical difficulties, as you can see. I'm better at it on using my phone. Just trying to get used to Windows 10, man. It's been giving me some, giving me some fucking problems, but I'm kind of getting used to it. Just gotta work around the problems. I can't seem to pull out the chat, like for the stream.
Yeah.
I'm working on it. Maybe I have to. Phone for audio. Oh, it gives me an option to use a phone for audio. Can I tell that?
Phone for audio.
Yeah.
Because using your PC.
Wait. Calls your phones. All right. Let's see. It says I can use my phone as audio. I don't know. Should I try that? Try that. just testing shit out, man. I don't know if you have anything better. If you have anything better, do that. I can try this later. Trying to make shit, trying to learn shit.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on it, like.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just trying to test it out.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You sound a bit different though.
Can you hear me?
A bit,
So is the audio a little bit better?
it's a little louder, but I wouldn't say better though. Not as clear.
Okay. A little bit better, but not a whole lot better. Okay. Let me.
Louder, but less clear.
I muted the whole time.
Yeah.
My bad. I was talking. I thought I was not muted. How did I? Yeah, my bad. I muted myself without trying. I was multitasking. I was. Like Sandra said, man, you can pop out chat and move it around with your three dots or your three dots. What I did, I just opened up a new tab. I have like two tabs. I was talking. I thought I was muted.
Was that going for a workbench?
Yeah.
No, it's an echo, isn't it?
Hey man, I'm having all kinds of technical difficulties, so I just logged out of my desktop. I'm gonna try this some later on, man, because I don't want to take up too much time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just
Like that was actually my first test run. I've never like tested the desktop, like Hangouts on fucking my desktop. It's just a test run, man. But I'm having all kinds of audio problems and can't pull out the fucking chat. And I had to open up a new tab, and I'm gonna have to figure it out, man. You know?
yeah.
I'll figure it out, man. Just take some time. Maybe I haven't had my coffee, so maybe I need to take a few sips of my coffee.
It'll work after that.
Yep. Yeah. All right, man. Well, I was trying to just this is a fucking test run that I fucking uh had. I might have a second test run later on, man. I just need to have some fucking coffee in my system real quick. I'll be back maybe like in 30 minutes or an hour. I don't know. All right.
Yeah, cool.
Talk to you later, man.
Catch you in a bit.
Hey, Lev, how you doing today? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to people wearing masks so they hide their identity. I had my volume off. Have you been talking?
I said, well, you were talking at the time.
Shout out to people wearing masks at protests so that no one knows who they are.
And it looks like compliance when people are wearing masks rather than protest.
I can't figure out which it is. Are they trying to be anonymous or are they just trying to comply because they're afraid? Hard to say. Don't make no sense.
What's the weather like today?
Is what?
What's the weather like there today?
The weather is fantastic. Just like yesterday. Hot, sunny, very few clouds.
It's been cold today, cold, rainy.
Really?
Dried off now. Like. Yeah, I've had eaten up for an hour.
I'm riding my bike down towards the ocean right now. Is the wind bad?
No, it's not bad. No.
The mic wind?
You can edit
it. Not too bad.
You can edit it a little bit, but it's alright then. No problem.
I'm trying to protect the microphone from the wind. Yeah. The town is not completely shut down, but it's pretty dead. Well, there's some wind for you. Yeah, I'm headed down to the beach. Get some exercise. Oh yeah, you have rain. I got sun.
Yeah, I've been going for walks every day, but didn't bother today.
Are you near Manchester?
Yeah, not far off.
Mm-hmm. You never met Lee in real life, have you?
No, I haven't. No. I met Jamie.
Jamie Brown?
Yeah. Sandra. P900.
Back when he was a flat earther?
Yeah, back when you were a flat earth, yeah. 2018.
There's been a few of these guys that went to flat earth and then back to ball earth. But then they're still around. Like that shot. There's the Sean G. There's the Jose Gonzalez. Although I doubt he was ever really a flat earther. But maybe a couple more. Oh yeah, Skyfly Bry.
Yeah, he says he was never a flat earther.
That's true. He said he was just going along to be part of the gang. So he doesn't want to admit it. That He used to say that he was a pilot and he could see the world was flat. And he did experiments showing it to be flat. So I don't know why he claims that he was never a flat earther, because he totally was acting like one. I think he just says that because he doesn't want to be ashamed that he was ever stupid enough to think that it was flat or something. Because obviously stellarium proves it's a ball.
It shows intelligence in that kind of sense, doesn't it? Because, like, you can prove it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because
But you
it's a
can't
model
prove
that seems to predict. So that means it must be true if it's predicting accurately making predictions. That's pretty much their whole platform, you know?
It sounds like his ego more than anything, where it's like that's got the better of him. You know what I mean? Better of him. I don't know whether he were actually a flat earther at all to begin with anyway. He used to come on Sun and Moon and stuff like and present on there and stuff, and it was supposed to be a flat earther then, but
right.
I've got
But
no idea.
now he says he was pulling our leg when he was pretending to be a flat earther. He said, "Oh, I was just doing that to go along with the gang, you know, type of thing. I didn't really believe it." So you were like jerking us around, huh, Skyfly? That's nice to know. And then you still want to come around and hang out and be one of the guys after you jerked us around.
And be quite offensive to most people.
And be quite offensive, yep. He used to really be offensive to Pancho Pete, like making up stories that he had been transferred to a high security crazy house and stuff. That's pretty brutal. Just making up false rumors on purpose just to fuck with somebody?
That's dangerous in a sense of slander.
Yeah, that is slander. I mean? It's
Pancho
totally
could,
slander.
Like, get him in trouble for that. You know what I mean? You could get like 10 grand or something like that.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe.
You can get, you can get about that.
He even admitted to me that he made it up. Because I'm like, why did you tell us, you know, that Pancho got transferred to... Oh, I was just made that up. Strange fellow.
He's quite strange.
Just trying to be one of the gang at the pub, you know? He probably doesn't
could imagine,
drink. What?
You could imagine, like, journalists, like, posing as a flat earther just to be on the same page as us to find out, you know, what we really think and stuff like that.
Yeah, like the guy that Jimmy Kimmel sent in to the Flat Earth Conference. What was his name? Flat Out of Hell. He even had a fake name and everything. You saw that, right? And they had to kick him out of the conference once they found out he was...
What? But Logan Paul, are you on about him?
No, the Jimmy Kimmel one. They sent in a guy wearing a shirt saying "Flat Out of Hell" or something like that, and he had like a fake broken leg that he was hobbling around on, and a flat earth, and he would just go up to people and tell fake stories about how he became a flat earther, and it turned out that a lot of the cameras there were there to catch him, and he would interrupt interviews and stuff and tell his fake flat earth story, and then they had to kick him out. But the whole time, no one realized that the ABC film crew was there until later when Jimmy Kimmel put out the video, the finished video of this guy mocking the flat earthers at the Flat Earth conference. So like the cameras for the whatever network he is would be like interviewing Mark Sargent or something, and then this guy would just jump into the interview acting like, you know, he's invading the camera of Mark Sargent, but in reality that was his camera and that Mark Sargent was being filmed on. So it was a real mind fuck that they did that. And then they put it on Jimmy Kimmel as something to laugh about. It's all very strange. It's like a psyop, essentially. Now that I'm walking, I've turned around and I'm going to walk against the wind, so I'm going to probably have to mute.
It weren't doing that bad. I don't think I saw that number.
I think there was some more panel wars yesterday, people insulting each other in the panel, yeah? Another
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
blowout. That sucks that people have to come in and do that. Just destroy the panel or the people on the panel for their own selfish reasons. But I guess, you know, it's open panel. Arguments are going to happen.
I think free speech is somewhat special in a way. You know, it should be respected in that way as well. So free speech, and only because it's, you know, there's not many places where you can have it in that kind of way, you know, then it should be productive free speech. Non-productive free speech is a bit, it gets in the way, it derails the purpose of the hangout and stuff like that.
Yeah, the purpose isn't just to air your dirty laundry and piss people off. It's to try to figure out, you know, some theories about what the fuck's going on around here. But I guess people have to argue about what the fuck's going on around here. But it gets into personal stuff too much, you know? That's the trouble. People calling each other stupid, or it's like everybody's got their own little things they're good with, you know, and nobody's good at everything. It doesn't make you stupid if you're just not good at one certain thing. Of course, if you're not good at everything, then you're just retarded. But then you're special. Even retarded people have a splinter skill usually that they're really good at. There's your weather report right there.
No chemtrails either. Quite good.
What's that? Flat horizon?
Nope. Yeah, no chemtrails.
No, yeah, there's the sun up there, 8:30 in the morning or something. The winds haven't picked up, but you can see the trade winds are going to be building later on out there. There's a little bit of a rain cloud right there. Typical summer's day in Maui, Hawaii. Actually, there's a little bit of blurry chemtrail shit out there, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I can't tell here. We've got too many clouds.
Yeah, you probably can't tell from the picture.
Probably have got them.
That's pretty nice out there, eh? I should actually be trying to get out sailing. Get my boat back out there. It's good sailing weather. I'm going to turn off the camera. It's hard to keep it still. Turn off the mic. It's too windy. There's a pretty nice view of the rocks.
I was going to say, I didn't know if there was something you could see in there.
You can see through the water. Look, there's a pillbox right here from World War II. It's hard to take a picture of it because it's straight into the sun. It's an old pillbox. Big old tree. Right at this point. The Japanese were going to come in over this beach, see? That's what they were worried about. So they had to put up a pillbox at each end of the beach. There's another one down at the other end down there. But the Japanese never did invade over in Maui anyway. I don't think they invaded anywhere except for Pearl Harbor. Well, as far as United States invasion, all their wars were out there in the Pacific and not in the United States.
Have you invaded China, didn't the Japan and stuff?
Yeah, they supposedly invaded China and took a bunch of gold. Took all the gold, allegedly. Apparently they were like, China was their bitch at one time, but I think there's been an ancient struggle between Japan and China over the centuries.
You see Last Samurai with Tom Cruise?
The Last Samurai. I don't think I did. I don't usually watch Tom Cruise movies. They're usually, well, they're usually good, big budget, but they're stupid.
There's some good movies he's done. I don't know, like
Yeah, he has done. Yeah.
Kind of crazy ones and stuff like.
I watched the Mission Impossibles for some reason. Oh, because I used to like the real Mr. Impossible. Mr. Phelps.
They're showing Last Samurai out for Americans. I think it was Americans invading Japan. What it now? I think it was something to do with
It's a remake. The Last Samurai is an old Japanese movie, isn't it?
It showed like the introduction of like eye-level weapons, like artillery guns and stuff like that kind of thing. Whilst they had samurai swords and stuff like that, and I mean, I think one Japanese family
was
moved to the deal.
modernization.
Yeah. So from there, they had that upper round of like firearms and stuff like. And I don't think China did. So when it came to war, it's like they were just more refined at that kind of thing.
But I think the imperial China, back maybe even prehistory or whatever, there was a version of China that was pretty advanced, I think.
Oh yeah. China have usually been on top of the world in most cases.
Like they invented gunpowder or whatever.
The Shaolin monks invented gunpowder.
Yeah. Yeah, and the martial arts that they developed. That's like cutting edge stuff.
Yeah, and then Wing Chun, amongst many others. Wing Chun's awesome, like Tai Chi.
Oh, that's a real thing?
What? Wing Chun?
Wing Chun, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you can Shaolin, can't you? It's on seven temples. What's it called? It's a year ago, coincidentally, during the last situation. What was it now? It would have changed dynasty, like from Qing dynasty to the Ming dynasty, or vice versa. I can't remember which way around it was. And Shaolin monks had taught them a style called Lao family, and that were put into the military and stuff like that. But when they changed, like dynasty and stuff like, they tried to force Wing Chun off them, in a sense. Wanted to know everything about it, because they'd heard about it and stuff like that, and then they wanted to know everything to, because they can't have, people having knowledge that the government hasn't got, and stuff like. So they intended to teach it to the military, I think, and stuff. But with refusal, they sent like 30,000 troops across the temple to burn it down and all that kind of thing and slaughter all monks, which they pretty much did. Although there's a lot of stories about where Wing Chun came from and stuff like that. And I believe the story of Eung Moi, the nun that was supposed to be whatever that kind of created it. So the Grand Master, he's got these ancient manuscripts of hers and stuff like about her writings down and all that kind of stuff like so, which is awesome. You know what I mean? So that kind of validates it a lot for me and stuff like that. But there's like this, well, her, but also like another guy who he went off and he worked on sail barges and he kind of like a restaurant boat kind of thing, and that introduced the long pole into the system and stuff. Whereas Eung Mai, she went off the other way kind of thing, more into hills and mountains and stuff like. Eventually, but supposedly, a young girl, you know, like young adult, you know, I mean, kind of, I'd say about 18 or I don't know, just a guess. And there's supposed to be this warlord that wanted to marry her or something like that. And Eung Mai, that nun, she heard of it and stuff like that. She decided to teach this girl, like how to do Wing Chun and stuff like. What was it now? She taught her. It was like a short time, you know, maybe like 2 months or something like that. She gave the offer to the warlord, like, if you give me 2 months to train, then and you can beat me at the end of it, then I'll accept and I'll marry you. But if not, you know what I mean, then I get to do what I want with my life or whatever. So, and yeah, you know, she taught her and she backed him and stuff like. Wing Chun's a really fast learning kind of system and stuff like, so it don't take long and that lot. But the girl was called Wing Chun, which means like eternal springtime, like the season spring. Eventually, we were a school.
Interesting story.
Eventually, we were a school where it had kind of reintegrated in a way. So you got the pole and I don't know, all the rest of it or whatever. And that's where Yip Man learned it. His family were kind of well off and they put him to that school when he was young. And then they didn't see him until they were going to a college, university and stuff like that. By which point of then, he'd chosen to do science because, you know, supposedly science is like, you know, the understanding of things and stuff like that. So he kind of went that route. Eventually, by demand, ended up teaching Wing Chun and stuff like that. The demand of that was from, I don't know, there's a lot of stories, there's a lot of movies about his life. There's like 5 or 6, maybe even 7, I'm not sure. I'm getting confused with it now. This is a prequel, there's an ending, and then there's like a sequence of movies in between, which are kind of separate with different actors from one another. But yeah, that goes through all the stories in his lifetime and stuff like. Loads of times it's kind of had to like fight like 10 or more people, or 30, you know what I mean, stuff like. Like circumstantial situations. He didn't have a reputation to be a bad person or to be a fighter as such. It was just that, you know, I mean, I can imagine it. I can imagine the level in a sense, because it's like, if you spent all those years through childhood, like learning it all, you know, at that specific school, if you can imagine what that was like in that kind of way. It's a very relaxed style in a sense. There's like a lot of styles out there which are very flashy and big weapons and stuff like that kind of thing, and you know, like a long, what are they called? like a spear, but it's got like a broadsword on the end of it and stuff like. You know what I mean?
I don't know. First, it has a sword at one end and it's a stick at the other end.
Yeah, it's like a massive handle on a sword, and I suppose. So
Yeah,
you think
I think I've
Shaolin
seen
monks?
those in movies. Yeah,
Yeah,
like they
yeah.
had them in The
Oh,
Wizard of Oz. I think the guards in The Wizard of Oz carried those. I think.
you've not got that in Wing Chun. They do have a long pole, but it's kind of unique. Is that in Kung Fu? Really, most will have wing poles, but not as long as that one. That's like the longest in that sense. Because it was taken off at sail barge and stuff like. So it's like a barge pole. You know, that's what they used initially. But yeah, like the
So they put
sensitivity
a
drill.
blade on the end of a barge pole. You're saying? Kind of.
Almost. Not the
Almost.
barge pole. No. Like like the Shaolin monks and stuff. They've got them. They've got a massive range of weapons and stuff, haven't they? You know. So that's from Shaolin, but Wing Chun, no. Wing Chun more about simplifying things. So it's like the long pole is you can use that in so many ways. It's got so many advantages for what it is. It's like you can use it as a line, and you can like push 10 people across in one direction, like sweep the room. You know what I mean? If you're at one side of the room and you've got the pole, you can go to the other side of the room just using that one pole and push everyone in that direction. Unless the joke will go underneath it, or you know what I mean? But
Unless somebody
as an
dives
example,
underneath it.
yeah. There's always them kind of things
Underneath.
and stuff like. But in the idea that you can use that line to push everything to one side, that's a way of how you'd use the pole in a sense, stuff like, because that's its advantage and stuff. It's long, so you can kind of do that in a way. But I mean, that's like imagining a slow, useless way of using it in a sense. It's more like if you got like 3 people stood in that line, right, and you use that pole and use them all at the same time, you're talking about using it kind of viciously and stuff like that. But,
Vicious is not the
really,
deal, though, right? It's more self-defense or something.
this is like the difference between fighting application and your path to enlightenment, because like that is the fundamental part of it. It is about your growth, your spiritual growth and stuff. In fighting, if you can learn how to relax whilst fighting, then you can probably learn to relax amongst most things, like playing a piano on stage or singing on stage. I don't know. That seems a long shot for me. I'm not really a singer for stage and stuff like. But in the sense of like, I know there's documentaries about it. Musicians have like commented on how it's helped them relax and do things differently. Having a different approach and stuff like it. The first set is called The Little Idea Plan, where everything stems from an idea and everything grows from that idea. No matter how small the idea, that idea can become as big as a car, a city, massive bridges or whatever it is, but that's simply from the idea of things.
A big idea.
Yeah. Like, what's a big idea? And Wing Chun's little idea is kind of difficult to explain. It's more like people call it a feeling. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't know, knowing what it is in that kind of sense. That's difficult to explain. But
it is very difficult to explain. I gotta take a quick break and dive in the water. I'll be back.
All right, cool.
Anyone there? Anyone? So quiet. Hey. So Simon Dan just earned about $1,000 on his live stream. Hey. Well, you know what? Fuckers. That's what they get. Fuckers and suckers. That's what they get. Take your money. Anybody want to join me for a conversation? Anybody? Udit, Big Mac, Teddy City, Pack Sanda. Who's in the chat? Musicians for Truth, Cigar Face. Let's say Dan the Waterman. That's as far back as I go. That might chat. Hey, buddy. Lev, Dave, everybody's just disappeared. Kenny. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Fatland. How you doing? Hello. I did have my headphones in.
Fuck. Can you hear me, Lev?
Yeah. How you doing?
Oh, alright. It's like every time I talk to you, it seems like we get cut off on each other.
Yeah, mate. I didn't have my headphones in when you first came up.
Yeah.
Dave's jumped into the sea. He's having a smell about stuff.
What do you think of that? What Judith just said, like just that sort of thing. I don't know, whatever. Simon Dan made $1,000. What? Pushing the globe agenda. What do you think of that? Or the same thing as marchers picking up bricks and throwing them through store windows, aren't they? Aren't they all the same in the end?
Why? I was thinking the Cypher library. But yeah, Simon Dunn.
Yeah, it's like the same people, like dancing nurses or like whoever these people are, whatever. They're just like go along to, I don't know what the fuck. They're brainwashed or what? Like, do they know what exactly they're up to or what they're getting involved in when they do this stupid shit?
Are they actually doctors and nurses that are actually doing dancing? Because it's like there could be actors, couldn't there? For all I know, kind of thing. Like, I don't know if anybody knows anybody who knows people that have done it and stuff.
Yeah, most definitely, and probably more than likely they are just actors, right?
It's like if somebody works in hospital and they know people that have been rehearsing and all that kind of stuff, then fair dues. But fair dues, real doctors and nurses doing it and stuff. But
so
it's just like crazy that they've got time to do it.
Right.
To go along with that story.
Right. Just like dancing nurses seems like implausible and like it's just probably actors, right?
Yeah.
I would say the same thing would be like these globe defenders like Simon Dan or any of them. I mean, I just throw his name out there, whatever. You can pick any name out of the hat. It's like the same shit. Just a bunch of actors. Not trying to repeat like a Pete Shea, but you know what I'm saying. They are a bunch of actors. It's like same. They get on stage today, tomorrow, the next day. Jump on Nathan Oakley's, blah blah blah, and blah blah blah. Same shit, man. Bunch of fucking actors, and then they do get donations up the ass. They beg for whatever, beg. It's like, oh yeah, give me money. Like, what are they doing? They're just sitting there in their chair arguing about the same thing every fucking day.
You have the Globers like going to the chat kind of thing, like giving them money.
Yeah.
When they still believe it's a globe. But it's like they're looking to Simon down for that affirmation. You know what I mean? which is kind of insane. You know, to give somebody money for affirmation of where you live, it's like, you know, reassuring you that it is a ball or whatever, you know, I mean, of how they're seeing it, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's almost like,
I won't give anybody money for that.
yeah, I wouldn't give a dime to these people, but all they do is sit there and make an argument for you. It's like, okay, here's $100, make an argument for me. I think a lot of it is they're just laundering money. It's like buying a painting for $1 million. You know that shit ain't worth fucking $1 million, but how else are you gonna launder $1 million? Well, you buy a fucking painting. You could do the same thing with a message. It's like, I know your message is bullshit, but I'm gonna give you $1 million for your message. It's laundering money is what it is. It's all bullshit in the end. Like, who the fuck donates to Nathan Oakley or Ranty or any of these fucking people? You know what I'm saying? It's like, fuck. What they do? They just say the same shit day after fucking day after day after day after day. I mean, I don't mean to name names. I shouldn't be naming names. I'm just saying in general. It's like, enough is enough, man. What the fuck? All they're doing is saying something you like.